Chapter 522. Qing Zhu Nyang left the stronghold and returned to the wine shop. She saw that Su Lang was still there, reading. Until today, the skinny monkey, whose name she still did not know, was squatting by the side in a daze. This scoundrel was gluttonous and lazy, bullied the weak and feared the strong. He had all the faults he should have. However, compared to the bandits on the mountain who would easily chop melons and cut vegetables, he was indeed less capable and more cowardly, so he did not appear as abominable. These past few years, he often came here to help with some trivial matters, so it was certain that he could not control his eyes. However, unexpectedly, he had never done something as perverted as pricking the window paper to peep at her bathing and coming out of the bath. This made her somewhat have a whole new level of respect for him. In this mountain, who did not believe in the principle of seeking riches and honor in the midst of danger. The skinny monkey became a distinct anomaly, and also a good-for-nothing example. She heard that the first time he killed someone under the guise of allegiance, he did not completely chop a woodcutter to death with a single chop. His tears and snot flowed profusely, and he even had to carry the woodcutter to see a doctor. Fortunately, there was a brother watching from the side, who helped him stab the woodcutter to end his life, and only then was he allowed to enter the stronghold. However, if one were to say that because of this, she was willing to spend a few nights with this skinny monkey, that would be too preposterous. She still preferred a more scholarly man. Seeing the shrewish Qing Zhunyang, the skinny monkey could only rely on his large chest hair to pretend to be a man to squeeze out a smile. He did not dare to talk to her, and only pretended to worm his way into being friends with the young man. He asked, "Hey, surnamed Su, do you know that a major event has happened in Jianghu?" Su Fengnian put down the orange prefecture geography book that he had stolen from this old man's son. He laughed and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me." The skinny monkey stood up and swaggered over to sit across from him. Seeing him take the initiative to push a plate of peanuts over, his originally somewhat nervous mood calmed down a lot, and he quietly became a bit more carefree. He threw a peanut into his mouth, and with one foot on the bench, he clicked his tongue and said, "A few days ago I went to the city and went to a restaurant with a brother who works as a servant. Do you know which restaurant it is? A meal at Fengxian restaurant costs a few taels of silver." The woman who could not stand this skinny monkey's blind bragging smacked him on the back with a broom and laughed. "If you have something to fart to say it quickly. With your poor life, how could you know any brother who works as a servant? Going to Fengxian Tavern to drink? Why didn't you just say that you were going to Jianggu to visit a courtesan? Isn't that more impressive?" The skinny monkey, whose face was flushed red, swallowed his anger back into his stomach. His imposing manner was weakened by 70 to 80%. He said embarrassedly, "Woman, you have long hair and short knowledge. You are looking down on me." Seeing that Qing Zhunyang was about to raise the broom and smash it down, the skinny monkey-like man hurriedly said, "Do you know that the peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai, has come from Liang?" Su Fengnian nodded. "Let's talk later." Qing Zhunyang went into the house and took out some meat and wine before sitting down. The skinny monkey-like man smelled the fragrance on her body and swallowed his saliva. He said in high spirits, "Didn't the third most powerful sword god in the world go to compete with our military god? Guess what happened?" Qing Zhunyang was not in the mood to guess riddles, but Su Fengnian smiled and said, "He should have lost." The skinny monkey slapped his thigh. "Wrong. What are you yelling for?" Qing Zhunyang, who was startled, picked up the broom under her feet and rushed over. The skinny monkey, who was slapped to the ground, did not dare to be angry with her. After sitting up straight, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, he was going to lose. That sword god even broke the peach blossom branch. He fought with the military god of Tuoba from morning to night, and then from night to morning. I don't know how many days and nights they fought. "Oh, Qing Zhunyang, don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll get to the point." At the critical moment when victory was decided, oh no, when Dong Tai was about to lose, all the hundreds and thousands of masters watching her to sentence. It came from thousands of miles away, from the sky. Qing Zhunyang's face was full of sarcasm. She sneered and said, "You are talking nonsense again, aren't you? Do you think you are a storyteller telling a fairy tale?" The skinny monkey said with a thick neck, It is absolutely true. Su Fengnian poured a bowl of wine and did not forget to pour a bowl for Qing Junyang and the skinny monkey as well. He said softly with a smile, "Continue." The skinny monkey glanced at Qing Junyang. As for whether he wanted to cut her face or her chest, it was unknown. Then he said, "I heard a sentence, Dong Tai, I want to borrow a sword from you. Do you dare to take it?" Su Fengnian raised his wrist to take the wine. He stopped there and did not drink. The skinny monkey was about to slap his thigh, but when he thought of what had just happened, he retracted his hand and said with a fascinated expression, "Then the sword god Deng replied, Dong Tai, why wouldn't I dare? Thank you, Li Chungang, for opening the mountain for our swordsmanship." What happened next was even more frightening. A sword fell from the sky and into the hands of the peach blossom sword god. Then he fought the military god of Tuoba to a draw. No matter how soul-stirring the battle was, when it fell into the mouth of someone like the skinny monkey, there was always a lack of chewiness. Qing Junyang was skeptical. She had more doubts than she believed. She looked sideways and saw the young scholar drinking with his head lowered. The skinny monkey sighed and said in a muffled voice, "They are all celestial beings flying around. I don't know if I will be able to catch a glimpse of them from afar in this lifetime." Qing Junyang did not think too deeply and asked casually, "Who is this Li Chungang? Who can lend a sword to the third most powerful person in the world, the peach blossom sword god?" The skinny monkey, who had emptied his stomach, said weakly, "He is probably a great swordsman from Liang." Qing Junyang saw the young scholar raise his head. It was a stiff face with no expression. He put down the bowl and said, "He is a one-armed old man with a sheepskin coat." The skinny monkey curled his lips and said, "Who are you trying to fool? A one-armed old man can ride a sword for thousands of miles? You speak as if you have seen him before." The young scholar smiled sadly and said, "I will never see him again." The skinny monkey did not know what to say to warm up the atmosphere. He saw Qing Junyang go into the house to work. After eating more than half of the wine, meat and peanuts, he felt bored and went back to the mountain. Qing Junyang stood at the door from time to time and glanced at Su Lang. There was a long sword with a green scabbard on the table. She squinted her red phoenix eyes that even she would be jealous of. She just pursed her lips and stared blankly. Other than 2 meals, he just sat there. Qing Junyang still couldn't sleep even after the sky darkened. Through the window, she saw the flickering oil lamp outside. She put on her clothes and walked out, asking softly, "Do you want some wine?" He turned his head and smiled. He said softly, "No need." She still went to get a jar of wine. It was one of the few remaining good wine. After opening the seal, the aroma filled the air. She said, "I will drink by myself." After drinking a few bowls, she asked, "You really don't want to drink?" He shook his head and said, "Just drink. I will wait for you to get drunk and have sex." The woman, who was amused, really started drinking alone. She drank heartily and did not lose to those men who boasted that they could only nod their heads if they were killed. As she drank, she began to speak in detail, just like the saying in my hometown, "A hairless bird is taken care of by the heavens." In any case, I somehow managed to survive. I was afraid of death and felt that it was too ugly to hang myself. How painful would it be to slit your throat and stab your stomach with a kitchen knife? A chaste and pure woman, I really can't do it. This woman, who used to rub ink with her bare hands and add incense with her red sleeves, was also Qing Junyang, who used to make human meat buns. She was drunk and her eyes were hazy with tears. That husband of mine did not do anything bad, but he did too many good things. The maids in the house were all poor children. When they made mistakes, he was not willing to punish them severely. I was always the good guy and the bad guy. The farmlands that we rented out were not of good years. They said that they received IOU, but they piled up year after year. How could they ask for it back? How did they die? Since you are heroes who enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, why don't you just rob the rich to help the poor? Why do you have to kill everyone before you stop? The people you killed were all good people who were no worse than you. Su Fengnian said calmly, "The last time I saw my eldest sister who had married far away, I advised her to go home. She refused, saying that the first marriage depends on the family, and the second marriage depends on the body. I knew she was waiting for someone." The woman laughed and cried, "Did she wait?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "She waited, but I would rather not wait." She turned her head and wiped her tears. She stopped drinking and sobbing. The two of them were silent. With a bang, the drunk woman knocked her head on the table. Her lips trembled as she stretched out a hand and said softly, "My daughter, if she was still alive, she should be this tall, right?" She raised her outstretched hand slightly, and the fingers of the hand that pressed against the table stiffened. "Taller," Su Fengnian said, "ever since I picked up the blade and started practicing martial arts, I don't think I have done a single good deed that has anything to do with helping the weak. Today, I'll be unreasonable. Tell me who you want to kill, and I'll kill that person." She just turned her head and looked at the stranger who was becoming more and more unfamiliar. She asked, "If you kill someone, will my daughter be able to live and grow taller under my watch?" Su Fengnian carried the spring and autumn sword on his back and walked up the mountain. Chapter 523. Han Fang sat in front of the desk, caressing a golden saber with a diamond-shaped handle. It was a decorative saber with little practical use. He was thinking about when to pawn it for some money so that he could solve the urgent needs of the stockade. Putting down the golden saber, he saw a miniature ivory diamond sutra paperweight on the desk. Han Fang touched the densely engraved words on the paperweight with his fingers and sighed heavily. A single coin is enough to starve a hero to death. Han Fang lived on the upper floor of the Loyalty Hall. When he pushed open the window, he could see the apricot yellow flag that was erected on the bluestone square. Unlike many of the bandits in the stronghold who only wanted to live a good life, he had been keeping himself clean all these years. He did not abduct women up the mountain to be used as tools to satisfy his lust. In the past, when he went down the mountain to kill the rich and help the poor, or to block the roads and cut off the paths, he would distribute those delicate and pretty women to his subordinates. Song Kuei and Fang Dei, who sat in the top few positions, were not greedy for money. Their only hobby was to compete with each other for the affection of women and fight with each other. Every time, he and Zhang Xiuqing had to mediate between them to make peace. Just like this time, when Song Kuei was beheaded on the execution field, the wives and concubines he left behind in the stronghold would become the playthings of the rest of the brothers tonight. This was also the reason why Han Fang was unwilling to take any wives or concubines. As a bandit, few people could enjoy their old age in peace. It was already a blessing from God to be able to live to the age of half a century. The stronghold was at its peak. Excluding those who had families to feed, there were more than 200 brothers who could ride horses and kill people. They came and went like the wind. There were no military towns stationed soldiers in the hundreds of li around Mount Liui. The local government was not strong enough to suppress the bandits. When facing their own stronghold, they would be thanking the gods if they did not go to the government office and behead the officials row by row. However, now that the stronghold had lost its power, there were only a dozen or so capable subordinates. Many of those who used to be brothers in the past had died, and most of those who were still alive had gone to the other strongholds on the mountain. Those who were left behind were burdened by injuries and injuries. They were raised in the stronghold and had bad tempers. They either complained about the lack of fresh women or complained about the lack of wine and meat. Han Fang also knew that she was burdened by her reputation, so there were many things that she could not say, and she could not even show the slightest expression. Now, the only one who could speak the truth was Zhang Xiuqing, whose family background was similar to hers. It was not scary that the monkeys would scatter when the tree fell, but it was frightening when everyone pushed the tree away. Some of the nearby strongholds who used to rely on him for food spared no effort in luring gold, silver, and pretty girls to gather a large number of men and horses, and from time to time, they would bring their brothers to the foot of the mountain to kill to their heart's content. A few of the villages who used to have secret connections with Mount Liui were all wiped out without any consideration for old relationships. Those leaders were unscrupulous in doing things and were never particular about the means. Some of them even flirted with the government, military school, and constables, throwing large amounts of silver into their pockets and even helping the government to do the dirty work that should have been done by the government. Not long ago, An official who had a good relationship with the Silver Bottle stronghold spent 500 taels of silver to privately hire villains from the stronghold to slaughter the entire family of a small official who was not from the village. Even a few young children were not spared. It was said that they were hung on a long spear just like that. Some other strongholds licked their faces and became willing dogs for the stewards of the Shun family's cottage, acknowledging their uncles as their godfathers. There was even a 40-year-old stronghold leader who took a young woman from the cottage as his godmother, just because she was the favored concubine of a ferocious demonic cultivator in the cottage. These shameless things, especially the collusion between the government and the bandits, were always despised by Han Fong. It was no wonder that such a large loyalty stronghold was declining. It was funny that the stronghold was able to disperse and not fall down thanks to Lady Green Bamboo at the foot of the mountain. If it were not for her half-year affair with one of the top demons in the cottage, the other big strongholds would have come over with real swords and spears to take over the stronghold. After 2 knocks on the door, Zhang Xiuqing pushed the door open and entered without waiting for a reply. He and Han Fong got along well and was also the military advisor in charge of the internal affairs of the stronghold. There was no need for him to be pretentious over the details. When Han Fong saw this trusted subordinate whom she had known for many years, her mood improved. She called out Zhang Xiuqing's name and smiled. "Fu Ling, can't sleep?" Zhang Xiuqing's face was gloomy. Fang Dei and Hong Qian are fighting again. They even threatened to sign a life and death contract, saying that they cannot live under the same sky. They asked me to write the contract. In a fit of anger, I ignored both of them to save myself the trouble. Han Fong smiled. "Is it because of the concubine that Song Kuei bought from the brothel for 200 taels of silver?" Zhang Xiuqing snorted coldly. "They keep saying that they are willing to risk their lives for their brothers. In the end, they are still going against their brothers because of a woman." Han Fong said guiltily, "I also know that the woman has been having an affair with Hong Qian for a long time. She should have entered his house." However, Fang Dei was envious and insisted on interfering. It was indeed unreasonable of him to spoil this good thing. Hong Qian went to private school for a few years in his early years and learned a lot about medicine and astrology from you. He also has a lot of ambition. This kid is only 24 or 25 years old and he wants to fight for a title and bring glory to his ancestors. If it wasn't for your nurturing with his ability, he would have turned for the better and joined a family. If he changed to a village that has a good relationship with the government and secretly changed his household registration, he might have a chance to make a name for himself. Everyone in the village knows that Fang Dei is on good terms with me and he also considers himself as a child of the Han family. So it is my fault for making things difficult for you. Zhang Xiuqing's expression softened slightly. He waved his hand. "First Master, you are exaggerating. Fu Ling just feels that it is a pity for this family business." Han Fong sighed softly. "The sky wants to rain, and the mother wants to get married. There is nothing that can be done about it." Han Fong stood up and walked to the window with the chief strategist. The breeze caressed her face. She looked at the night scenery of the mountains under the bright moonlight. Her state of mind became calmer. Suddenly, she smiled. "A village woman is like a village woman. No matter how pretty that vixen looks, she is still a village woman." Zhang Xiuqing smiled knowingly. Hong Qian and Fang Dei are just village men. They have never tasted the delicacies of the mountains and seas. Naturally, they will fight until their heads bleed. Look, aren't they already invited to the square to compete? Chapter 524. Han Fong pressed her hands on the windowsill. "It doesn't matter. Fang Dei may look boorish, but he is actually more meticulous than a girl who is in love. He is full of schemes and he is only taking the opportunity to find trouble with Hong Qian. Now that the stronghold is in decline and the third position is vacant, he wants to take the lead and sit under his butt. Hong Qian has a good constitution and a good comprehension ability. His martial arts are improving steadily. Fang Dei can only rely on brute force to fight as soon as possible. After a year and a half, he won't have to compete with Hong Qian anymore. This black bull is too clever, but he doesn't know that Hong Qian's ambition doesn't lie here. Actually, if he makes more connections now, he might need to rely on Hong Qian to hold up the apricot yellow flag in the future. Fu Ling, I will teach Fang Dei a lesson later and make him know his place. You should also say a few words to Hong Qian, who is half a disciple. We are really a father and a mother. It's tough. Zhang Xiuqing smiled and said, it's considered good. Compared to those stronghold chiefs who are grandchildren, we are at least considered as elders. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiuqing frowned and asked, First Master, how should we deal with that scholar from Gusai Prefecture called Su Lang? Han Fang shook her head and said, Don't bother about it. Today is different from the past. No matter if he is a scholar who is studying abroad or a spy sent by the government, we can't afford to offend him. The former is still okay, we can treat him with respect. If it is the latter, even if we can't afford to offend him, we can still hide from him. Zhang Xiuqing squinted his almond eyes and was filled with murderous aura. It doesn't matter. If the government really dares to send troops to kill us and leave us no way out, I just need to bring 10 elite brothers to sneak into the city and kill all the people in the backyard of these officials. Han Fang smiled and said, You, the heavenly monarch of thunder, don't look like a Zhenren Fang. Zhang Xiuqing's eyes dimmed. He sighed and said, What Zhenren? He's just a bandit in a Taoist robe. He only knows how to subdue demons and devils on paper. With a regretful look, Han Fang said, It's because the stockade is too small for Brother Fuling to display his talents and skills. If we could have been a little more powerful back then and had 300 brothers, we would have had enough power to ask for an official position. If we were recruited by the imperial court, we would have at least 6 or 7 official positions with real power in the inner circle and 30 or 40 official positions outside the inner circle. Not to mention Brother Fuling's strategic planning, with your identity as an outer circle disciple of the Daoda sect, you wouldn't have had to deal with the daily necessities in the stockade. Zhang Xiuqing stretched out 2 fingers and stroked his beard. He smiled broadly and said, Life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Ordinary people like me can't force things. Han Fang's eyes widened. At the same time, the Taoist blurted out, That's not right. Why did the devil show himself? Han Fang glanced at the Taoist beside her from the corner of her eyes. On the martial arts field paved with blue stones, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. They were all wearing brocade clothes that were rarely seen on the mountain. Moreover, even if the bandits in the stockade wore silk clothes, it was inevitable that they would look like monkeys wearing hats. The dozen or so handsome men and beautiful women had a very good temperament, like immortals from heaven descending to the mortal world, making people jealous. The leading middle-aged man wore a wide-sleeved white robe and came barefoot. His face was like jade and he didn't carry a sword. However, there were several sword-wielding attendants beside him. Needless to say, such a magnificent scene was the arrival of the nobles from the Shun sect's thatched cottage on the Changel Peak of the Liuyi Mountain. When Han Fang saw that Hong Qian left the field and didn't fight with Fang Dei, he walked towards the graceful man who looked like a marquis in the mortal world and bowed respectfully. Han Fang's heart sank to the bottom. As expected, Hong Qian had secretly changed his allegiance and joined the cottage. Han Fang sneered. The Taoist Zhang Xiuqing was furious. He angrily scolded, Bastard, and jumped out of the window and landed on the field. Fang Dei and the dozen or so brothers in the stockade who were watching the show were also on guard. Zhang Xiuqing pulled out the pine-patterned peach-wood sword from his back and pointed it at Hong Qian. He said in pain, Hong Qian, the stockade has treated you well. Back then, you killed the soldiers and had no other way out. It was the master who took pity on your abilities and took you in. Why did you do such a disobedient thing? Hong Qian's simple words made Zhang Xiuqing, who was half a master, speechless. People walk towards higher places. Hong Qian continued expressionlessly, That's right. It was me who reported to Immortal Zhongli that a strange man tried to get close to Lady Qingzhu. Since Lady Qingzhu had entered the divine residence of the cottage, she should be a member of the cottage alive and a ghost of the cottage dead. She was unscrupulous. What's wrong with me telling the Immortal Master? Master, the Immortal Master has already promised me that as long as you are willing to leave the stockade, the Immortal Master will be merciful and there will be a place for you in the cottage. Isn't such great glory what you have been dreaming of for many years? I built a Qingyun ladder for you out of kindness. What's wrong with that? Immortal Zhongli's trip this time was on the way, and he didn't intend to argue with the stockade. He only went to take the lives of that adulterous couple. The man with bare feet on the ground finally spoke. Squinting his eyes, he said, I heard that the two leaders of the Zhongyi stockade are quite skilled. Otherwise, they would have been impostors like Hong Qian. They would just have changed their original surnames and be given the surname Zhongli. However, before that, I still want to see if they are worthy of my attention. I want to see how you, Zhang Xiuqing, beat the 13 towns at the border with your rod techniques and whether your swordsmanship can really attract thunder. If you disappoint me, I will flatten this stockade tonight and erase its name. This apricot yellow flag has long been an eyesore to the masters of the cottage. They are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, but they are actually doing evil. How ridiculous! The man raised his head and looked surprised. A young man with a sword on his back stood at the top of the flag. He was so angry that he laughed. Little kid, you don't know your place. How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Hong Qian, go and cut down the flagpole. If he cut down the flag, it would be tantamount to forming a blood feud with the stockade. Hong Qian knew the severity of the situation, but he still gritted his teeth and ran forward, cutting down the flagpole with one strike. Zhang Xiuqing, who did not dare to stop Hong Qian in front of the devil from the cottage, had an ashen face. Zhongyi stockade was completely finished. The flagpole suddenly fell towards the center of the square. However, the traveling scholar who only dared to fight with a widow at the foot of the mountain did not lose his footing and fall to the ground. His body was still as straight as a spear. When he landed with the flagpole that had fallen to the ground swayed and was kicked out by him. The flagpole was used as a sword and shot towards the carefree devil from the cottage. Hong Qian shouted angrily and slashed down with his sword. Unexpectedly, when the sharp blade hit the flagpole, not only did it not break the flagpole, but a huge force also rebounded into the sword. He almost could not hold the sword. Hong Qian, whose ocean of qi was churning, staggered back a few steps. He looked over in shock and could no longer see the weak scholar. The devil from the cottage, whose surname was Zhongli, sneered. He stepped out and pressed his palm on one end of the flagpole, breaking it inch by inch. There was no doubt that he was an expert. Everyone only saw the scene of him breaking through the flagpole but did not see that he had quietly slid back a few inches. The devil tried to raise his qi several times but could not stop himself from retreating. The fear in his eyes was no less than Hong Qian's. When he saw the young swordsman disappear in a flash, he finally could not hold it in and said in a low voice, "Sword, come." The sword boy hurriedly threw out a simple ancient sword covered with ice cracks. The next scene was that the young man stood in front of the famous middle-aged devil of Mount Liui. One of his hands overstepped his authority and caught the ancient sword for his master. The other hand grabbed the devil's neck and lifted him up. The devil broke a flag, but the young man twisted the ancient sword in his hand and broke it inch by inch. Su Fengnian stared at the ferocious red face and asked coldly, "Do you deserve to use a sword? Do you deserve to use the word sword? Come?" Chapter 525. Su Fengnian casually threw away the useless sword that was once known to cut jade like mud and asked again, "Who allowed you to say the word, sword?" Normally, if someone dared to be so arrogant and rude, he would be chopped into minced meat and fed to the dogs with his sword. However, this young man, who was even more of a devil than him, was stronger than him. He struggled to gasp and said, "I heard that the sword immortal Li Chungang of the Liang dynasty once said that he was a model for swordsmen of our generation, so I secretly learned and used it. If young master is dissatisfied, Zhongli Handan, won't say it again. I won't say it again for the rest of my life." Zhongli Handan's face turned from red to purple as he gasped and said, "I heard that the sword immortal Li Chungang of the Liang dynasty once said that he was a model for swordsmen of our generation, so I secretly learned and used it. If young master is dissatisfied, Zhongli Handan, will never say it again." Su Fengnian responded with an "Oh," and raised his hand. He slapped the side of the head of this immortal from the cottage. Then, his head was pulled out of the body and rolled far away like a watermelon. Su Fengnian threw away the headless body and laughed softly. Sword and lie are such common words. It must be very difficult for you to keep your promise. In order not to break your promise, I have to help you. When the servant boy who handed Zhongli Handan the sword saw his master die suddenly, he did not care about anything else. He also did not think deeply about why his master died in one move. He only thought that he was tricked by a villain and was careless. He snatched the famous sword from the other servant who was holding the sword. After he pulled out the sword with a clang, he angrily rebuked with red eyes, "You crazy country bastard, do you know that Master Zhongli is the next hut master of Shenmen's straw hut? I will tear you into pieces and let you die without a burial place." In the eyes of Han Fang, Zhang Xiuqing and the others who were not weak in martial arts, the sword boy's sword strike was not to be underestimated. The 5 fingers of Su Fengnian's left hand hooked into a claw, and the head that was dripping with blood flew back out of thin air. Coincidentally, it was split into 2 by the sword boy's sword. However, the splattering blood was all bounced off by a layer of Fata Morgana. On the other hand, the domineering sword boy's face was covered in blood. His sword chopped open his master's head, and it hovered 3 to 4 inches above the sword-carrying scholar's head. Su Fengnian slowly raised his arm and flicked the sword away from the sword boy's hand with a flick of his finger. The sword broke free from the sword boy's hand and slapped his white cheek. Instantly, a long red mark as wide as the sword body appeared. After the ancient sword with a rare cat's eye stone inlaid in the sword guard left Su Fengnian's hand, it strangely pulled back into Su Fengnian's hand and cracked inch by inch. Su Fengnian smiled at the stunned sword boy and said, "I have never even heard of Shenmen's thatched hut. How would I know who this piece of trash with a broken head is? Your master has just gone to hell. Since you are so loyal, why don't you accompany him? Otherwise, with your peerless swordsmanship of splitting Mount Hua, I believe that you will be buried with him when you return to the cottage." Only then did the sword boy realize the difference between the two of them. He had just said a word when his body was kicked like a drawn bow and flew out 5 to 6 feet away. He spat out blood and died. Su Fengnian then asked, "What do you want to say?" In the square, 2 groups of people with different standpoints were both shocked. Hong Qian quietly moved, wanting to escape from this troublesome place. After cutting down the flag, he had already cut off all ties with the loyal and righteous stronghold. There was no room for negotiation. The big backer that he had found with great difficulty died on the spot. Not to mention how this bloody swordsman would deal with him. Just his master, Zhang Xiuqing, and the leader, Han Fang, were enough to make him suffer. Just as he slipped to the edge of the square, Su Fengnian turned around and stared at this bandit who spared no effort to climb up the ranks. He smiled and said, "Leader Hong, don't be in a hurry to leave. This apricot yellow flag was cut down by you because of the grudge between you and the stronghold. It has nothing to do with me. However, I heard from Qing Zhu's mother that when her husband's manor was broken into, it was also you who hid your identity and became a guest of the manor for a few months. Then, you cooperated from the inside and stabbed that scholar to death. Many of the pretty maids who used to joke with you were also killed that night after you lifted up your belt. Since Zhongli Handan is dead, come, if you are lucky enough to beat me, Qing Zhu's mother will be your plaything in the tent." Hong Qian's face was full of bitterness and regret. He said, "Young Master Su, you must be joking. How would I dare to be disrespectful to you?" The Taoist priest, Zhang Xiuqing, suddenly said loudly, "I beg young Master Su to leave this person to me. After this, if you want to kill me, I, Zhang Xiuqing, will not fight back. Do as you wish." Su Fengnian asked back, "That day at the wine shop at the foot of the mountain, didn't you want to cut off my head with your sword?" Zhang Xiuqing said calmly, "As long as young Master Su is willing to let go of the loyal and righteous stronghold, I, Zhang Xiuqing, kill Hong Qian, and I will apologize with my life." Su Fengnian smiled and spread out his hands, indicating that Zhang Xiuqing should go all out to kill and clean up the place. Su Fengnian looked at the apricot yellow flag with the word vermilion written on it and said to himself, "It's not wrong for the government to force the people to rebel." However, after eating wine and meat, they changed from being unarmed to holding weapons. In the end, the people who killed the most were the people like you. Who is the one doing justice for whom? Su Fengnian looked at the group of shivering cottage servants. Since even the king of the mountain was dead, what else could he do? Su Fengnian turned his head and said to Han Fong, "Leader Han, can you lend me 7 or 8 horses to go with me to the Shun men's thatched cottage to see the wonderland on earth?" Han Fong clasped his hands and said loudly, "I dare not disobey." A few bandits from the Zhongyi stockade brought over a dozen horses from the stable with fear. They were afraid that this handsome guy, who was even more devilish than a devil, would think that there were too few horses and that he was not observant enough and would kill them all. That would be really unjust. Hong Qian was already entangled by Zhang Xiuqing. A few strong men stood still and formed a circle. Against the famous anonymous disciple of the Daoud clan, Zhang Xiuqing, Hong Qian originally had no chance of winning. Moreover, most of his martial arts were taught by Zhang Xiuqing. His shortcomings were exposed and he was targeted everywhere. Fang Dei, who was eyeing him covetously, saw an opportunity. He waved his axe and cut a big wound on Hong Qian's back. Hong Qian no longer had the strength to scold this black bull for not following the rules. At this moment, Su Fengnian, who had just pulled the reins and was about to jump on the horse, flashed past. He grabbed the flag with the words, "Justice for Heaven," in his hand and rushed behind Fang Dei. He slapped his back. Before the strong man fell, his head was wrapped up by the flag. Like a dumpling, he was slowly suffocated to death. A cool breeze blew in the square, but it made everyone fall into an ice cellar. After Hong Qian's chest was pierced by Zhang Xiuqing's sword, he laughed and said, "It's good to die. All of you died happily. I will still be a man in my next life. I only hope that God will let Han Fong, Zhang Xiuqing and the rest of you become women." Without waiting for him to finish his last words, Zhang Xiuqing's sword pierced his heart and lungs. Su Fengnian glanced at the apricot-eyed Taoist and said calmly, "Since Lady Qingzhu said that you still have some sage-like demeanor, I will spare your life. As for what to do in the future, wait for me and Leader Han to come back and make a decision." Chapter 526. Unexpectedly, this Taoist priest was also decisive. He waved away the blood on the tip of his sword and held a peachwood sword upside down. He bowed and said directly, "There's no need for such trouble. Zhang Xiuqing is willing to go to the cottage with Mr. Su." Su Fengnian ordered the cottage attendants coldly, "Bring Zhongli Handan's head with 2 parts." The group rode to Changle Peak, which was 2 hours away. There was actually a luxurious carriage outside the Zhongyi village. However, since Su Fengnian did not want to sit in it, no one dared to make trouble. The sects that had the right to occupy a mountain and call themselves kings were mostly rich and powerful. The ones that were far away were like Dragon Tiger Mountain and Huishan Shenyuan, which were opposite each other across the river. The ones that were closer were like Qingyang Palace. They all had thousands of followers. Not to mention the clan leaders, even some small fries were high up in the sky. In the eyes of ordinary people, they only felt like they were covered by clouds and mist. Naturally, they would be in awe. The Shen family thatched cottage was the king of the Liuyi mountain. However, the devil in front of them, who was grabbed by the neck like a wild duck, liked to call himself an immortal. His strength was among the top 5 in the cottage. A few years ago, it was rumored that he was close to rank 2. According to the details that Su Fengnian learned from Qingzhu, the cottage had about 2 rank 2 masters. For a state like the Orange State, it was indeed not bad. The owner of the cottage had the surname Shen. This person with the surname Zhongli was the dishonorable illegitimate son of the owner of the cottage. However, he was quite talented in martial arts and had the chance to reach rank 2 before the age of 40. Whether he was an illegitimate son or not, it did not matter. The reason why the Shen family thatched cottage was labeled as a devil sect was because they were good at sex and tantrism. In the end, as long as it was related to sex, the cottage was good at it. When the disciples of the Shen family went down the mountain, they either killed their parents or kidnapped their young tripod furnaces. They also escorted mature tripod furnaces to high officials and dignitaries. They even had business dealings with some relatives of the 2 surnames in the Beimang imperial tent. This was also the reason why the thatched cottage could be so wealthy. In fact, although the tantrism had always been criticized as heretical, some of the orthodox supernatural powers that originated from Buddhist scriptures were not distorted. This was probably the key reason why the Shen family had so many pillars of martial arts. Han Feng did not say anything. She rode beside this scholar at night. However, her thoughts were running wild. Since he was traveling with his sword, he had slapped the devil Zhongli's head without using his sword. Didn't that mean that he had reached rank 2? How many years had this scholar, who called himself Su Lang, been in his 20s? However, she was not optimistic about Su Lang going to the Shen family's thatched cottage. He was forced to go because he had no other choice. He could not be like the servant boy who died on the spot after saying no. However, she had a headache about how to weigh the pros and cons after arriving at the cottage. Not to mention other things, the cottage had 2 elders from the Shen family who had been in the 2nd rank for a long time. Would Su Lang not care about his life when he had not even drawn his sword out of its scabbard behind him? Or was he confident? Zhang Xiuqing followed behind him. He only felt that this scholar had a strong sense of hostility. It was like the ink that was ground out of a top-grade ancient inkstone. It was unusually thick. Su Fengyan was holding a sword that the sword boy had taken from him. It was modeled after the bronze sword of the Dongyue sword pool. It was thick, black, and simple. Su Fengyan let go of the reins. He held the sword with one hand and flicked his fingers with the other. The sound was crisp and melodious. He suddenly asked, "People like Feng Dei have the habit of swinging their axes and killing people in the busy streets without asking about the right and wrong. Do they only feel satisfied and not have the slightest bit of mercy?" Han Feng mocked herself and was about to speak. Zhang Xiuqing was the first to speak. Feng Dei and Hong Qian, these outlaws, were not soft-hearted people before they came to the mountain. They were all people who killed without blinking an eye. They acted on impulse and did not distinguish right from wrong. To their own brothers, they were naturally worthy of praise for their righteousness. This is just like the so-called killing their children and raising their mothers in the 24 filial piety of the Central Plains. They are all crazy. In the end, they go against common sense. In the end, the loyalty of the brothers depended on Feng Dei and these boorish fellows. Those who were literate and quick-witted were rarely willing to hang themselves on a single tree. Later on, Zhongyi village was pushed aside by the other villages of Mount Liuyi, and the birds and beasts scattered. Those who scattered were precisely these brothers who had knowledge and knowledge in their stomachs. After joining other families, they turned around and wreaked havoc on Zhongyi village, sparing no effort. The third boss Song Kue was tricked by one of his former brothers into going to the city, which was why he ended up in prison. Of course, not everyone is so despicable. Many brothers who went up the mountain but did not form a gang or faction to establish a foothold were disheartened, and after going down the mountain, they were still affectionate and loyal to the Zhongyi stronghold. It can be said that they parted on good terms. Su Fengyan nodded and said, "At the foot of the mountain, I asked Qing Junyang for advice on many methods of running a village. I more or less know that it is not easy for you." Zhang Xiuqing couldn't help but curse in his heart. "I beg you, this great devil, to stop asking for advice. You already have such fierce and unparalleled skills and supernatural powers. Could it be that you want to learn from us and build a stronghold for fun?" Zhang Xiuqing's heart was heated. Could it be that Mount Liuyi was going to change? Han Feng also had a telepathic connection. The two of them knew each other. Their gazes met and then flashed away. A sword boy who picked up the luxurious sword inlaid with cat's eye stone from the square came riding over. He anxiously reported, "Young master, someone is sneaking away." In fact, Su Fengyan had already known the truth from the sound of the horse's hooves. However, it was unnecessary for him to turn his head and look. The ruthless sword boy, who had probably learned most of his skills from his master, used the sword as a dagger and took the opportunity to stab Su Fengyan's neck. Even Han Feng and Zhang Xiuqing did not expect this sword boy to be so daring. His unyielding character was even more obvious. Su Fengyan gently threw the bronze sword in his hand. It stabbed into the back of the escaping cottage servant, and he fell off the horse. 2 fingers easily pinched the tip of the sword. The 2 horses were still riding side by side. Su Fengyan did not immediately kill the servant. He only pulled out the valuable sword and then smiled. Go to the corpse and pull out the sword. As for whether you want to escape or not, it's up to you." The sword boy was stunned on the spot. Then he broke down and burst into tears. Su Fengnian turned the sword around and kicked him. The sword boy, who had just come back to his senses and was about to pull out the sword, flew out like a kite and hit the mountain wall. He stopped breathing and died. Zhang Xiuqing was as silent as a cicada in winter. How could this devil's character be more unpredictable than his methods? Su Fengnian, who was sitting steadily on the horse, threw the sword to Han Feng. He put his hands in his sleeves and squinted his phoenix eyes to look at the road in front of him. He remembered the harsh days when he saw thieves armed with knives and sticks as his mortal enemy. Every time he crossed over a mountain, there was a young girl who was determined to be a heroine who would happily shout that the king asked her to patrol the mountain. She would patrol the South Mountain and the North Mountain. At the end of each sentence, she would not forget to make incessant moans. Su Fengnian said calmly, "If you, a heroine, knew that you were going up the mountain just to kill people, would you still call me your good brother?" There was another chapter at around 2 o'clock in the morning. It was to thank the new top scorer on the 13th, Grey Shepherd, V. Gale Altar. As for the new top scorer on the 14th, young Master Fu Shu, his outburst came later. Chapter 527. Su Fengnian went up the mountain because he wanted to learn from Li Chungang and kill thousands of soldiers by himself. Although he did not bring spring thunder with him, he was still nourishing it. Su Fengnian had already noticed that he had accumulated too much killing intent and hostility. If this continued, he would go crazy sooner or later. When that happened, Bailiang would lose a hereditary king of Bailiang, and Beimang would gain a new demon who would kill without batting an eyelid. After asking about the family background of Shinmen's cottage, he learned that other than the 2 old men who were above the common populace, there were 4 or 5 masters, who were as strong as Zhongli Handan. For the Orange Province, where there were many military towns, they were already bold enough to survive in the cracks. Beimang ruled the Jianghu with an iron fist. Among the 5 major sects, Tibing Mountain, which was no different from a military town, was ranked 3rd. The chess and sword music school was ranked last. Because there was Hong Jingyan, who was on the Wushu rankings, holding the flag, as well as the master of the sword mansion, Jian Qi, and a few other hidden masters, no one dared to look down on them. With these 5 beasts who absorbed the resources of the Jianghu like whales swallowing whales, there was an insurmountable gap between the superclass sects and the first-class sections. Su Fengnian did not find this strange. Beimang only used such methods so that they could gather the strength of the Jianghu at the start of the war and integrate it into the army to deal a heavy blow to the Liang dynasty. Looking at it this way, when Su Shao entered the Jianghu on horseback and broke the Jianghu, there were pros and cons. For the imperial court, it was a headache. However, once the backbone was crushed and the backbone was broken, the Jianghu would lose its vitality. Su Fengnian shot a glance at Han Feng. This stick-wielding hero who sat at the head of Zhongyi stronghold came from a prestigious family. The Han family was the cornerstone of the strategic border region, Ji province, for 100 years. It was unknown just how many waves of northern Mang invasions they had withstood. The old man of the Han family had once led 800 elite cavalry to charge at 60 to 70,000 northern Mang soldiers. After identifying the location of the royal flag, they directly slaughtered their way over, their military achievements illustrious. This was not an exaggeration in unofficial history. It was always recognized by the internal court historians who were strict with history, and was written with rich ink and color. With the Han family controlling a few key passes in Ji province, it caused the Beimang's cavalry to go south for the first 40 years. Countless times they hit a wall, they were so hurt that they simply took a detour. Because of this, the Han family had always been regarded as a big problem by the Beimang imperial tent. The Han family could be said to be fiercely loyal. Interestingly, in the past 100 years, no matter what the emperor's surname was, as long as you sat on the dragon throne and wore the dragon robe, the Han family would be loyal and devoted. They would do everything they could to guard the border for you. The Han family members of the Han family would not hesitate to die again and again, and the number of direct descendants who died on the battlefield was countless. Until 10 years ago, Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang took the initiative to rotate the border towns. The 2 Liao provinces where the Beimang army started, especially Jinzhou, rebelled fiercely and almost caused the first mutiny after the spring and autumn period. Next was the Han family of Ji province. Although the Han family did not express any dissatisfaction and even started to move, for some reason, there was a mutiny in Ji province overnight. This gave rise to a famous saying from Zhang Julu, "The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are." The emperor? This was tantamount to setting the standard for the turmoil in Jizhou. The Han family had 100 people, but they were all executed. Afterwards, they were transferred to the border army. Han Feng was listed as a traitor on the Han family's genealogy. However, the Liang dynasty was too far away to reach. It was unlikely that they would come to the hinterland of Juzhou to kill this traitor. Years ago, Su Xiao and his second sister, Su Weisheng, sat around the stove on a snowy night and talked about the world. When they talked about the Han family in Jizhou who had no hope of being avenged, Su Xiao only said one sentence. In the end, Master Han still did not have enough soldiers. His second sister lightly added, the imperial court was certain that the Han family would not rebel because of the burden of loyalty and righteousness. Therefore, they deserved to die even more. One needle to the blood, two needles to the bone. Su Fengyan once curiously asked Su Xiao if he was the one who purposely led Bailiang and the two Liao to Jizhou. Su Xiao asked him in return, take a guess. At that time, Su Fengyan's temper was as irritable as the dragons in the prince's mansion. He scolded, take a guess your grandpa. Su Xiao only had a good temper with his children. He still smiled and replied, am I not your father? Take another guess. Then, the young Su Fengyan was completely speechless. At that time, his second sister, who had not yet gone to the Shangyin Academy to study, held her belly and laughed for the first time. Finally, they approached the Shun family's thatched hut. One servant of the Shun family was kicked to death, another stabbed to death with a sword. Those who survived no longer had the arrogance they had when they came down the mountain and entered the stronghold. Even when they were about to enter their own territory, they did not dare to show any emotion. They still kept a straight face and rode behind the scholar carrying the sword. On Changlu Peak, there were rows upon rows of bamboo buildings. Thousands of large red lanterns were hung high up. The decorated archway had the 4 words, 6 Feitian Peaks, hanging on it. The 2 pillars were made of incomparably expensive golden-threaded cedar wood, which was the wood that needed to be wrapped around. Golden-threaded cedar wood was originally purchased by the government for the imperial family. The construction of the main hall and the pillars of the mausoleum were all made of high-quality jinan, and the golden-threaded cedar wood was the best quality. During the spring and autumn period, the Central Plains, Western Shu, and Southern Tang, and a few other countries, every few years, there would be 1 or 2 cases where dozens of heads would fall to the ground. In the current dynasty, there was even a comical scandal where the emperor of the Zhao family stole precious jinan wood under the guise of repairing West Chu's imperial mausoleum. Because the golden-threaded cedar wood itself had the effect of a sea of clouds, it did not need to be carved to dazzle people. Su Fengyan rode past the decorated archway and turned his head to look at the golden-threaded cedar pillars. He clicked his tongue and said, what a wealthy family. It was the first time that Han Feng and Zhang Xiuqing personally came to the Shun family's thatched cottage. Apart from the eye-opening experience, they were also very worried. The richer the Shun family was, the more likely they would be buried with them. How could they smile? Su Fengyan looked at the 2 groups of people rushing out from the 2 sides of the main building and said to himself, Su Fengyan, remember, don't treat a level 2 master like a joke. Su Fengyan turned around and stretched out his hand. He said calmly, give it to me. A cottage retinue hurriedly threw over the bag that was soaked in blood and rode forward. The horse's hooves stepped on the white jade square, which was exceptionally loud. From 100 steps away, Su Fengyan casually threw out the bag that contained Zhongli Handan's 2 severed heads and stared at an old man with a white beard that reached his chest. Chapter 528. Not everyone could make the head of the Shun family get up from his white belly in the middle of the night and personally go out to receive them. However, since there was a saying that one had a high vantage point, of course, there would be benefits to living high up. The disciples of the Shun family who were responsible for the night watch had already spread the news. Layer by layer, the situation became more and more intense. Only then did the old man, who had not cared about worldly affairs for many years, notice. Zhongli Handan was his illegitimate son. After it was confirmed that he had the potential to enter rank 2 in the prime of his life, he gradually had high hopes placed on him and was highly valued by the cottage. Many of the resources that originally belonged to the eldest son began to be tilted towards Zhongli Handan. Even when he killed a concubine who had killed his own mother, the cottage did not punish him. Later on, he strangled another concubine to death with a white silk cloth. Only then was he punished to be locked up in the word sword study at the back of the mountain for a year. In fact, he was only suppressed to practice martial arts and browse secret manuals. Tonight, there was clearly an important guest who had just visited the residence. After that, Zhongli Handan secretly left the mountain in a carriage. This was not a big deal. What was surprising was that when he came back, he was nowhere to be seen. How could the cottage, who had spent a lot of money and effort on him, be at ease? The two sides were in a standoff. A disciple of the Shun family who had a slender bronze sword received a signal from his eyes. He jogged over to open the bag and was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. It was almost there. It was not a ghost. It was just the head of a dead person. The swordsman who had his back facing the family had a complicated expression. After he turned around, he hid the ecstasy in his eyes that was hidden very deeply. With a face full of grief, he said in a trembling voice, "Head of the hut, Zhongli Handan is dead." The head of the hut was extremely angry. The long beard in front of his chest fluttered. He lifted the iron cane that weighed hundreds of kilograms and heavily smashed it into the jade ground, creating a hole. He shouted, "Who are you?" Su Fengnian did not pull the reins. He put his hands in his sleeves and carried the spring and autumn sword on his back. He sat still on the horse and said calmly, "To be honest, this is the first time I've met this cottage swordsman who calls himself Zhongli Handan. We have no grudges against each other." However, he said, "Sword come," and said that he wanted to imitate sword god Li's style on the snowy plains. However, he didn't send thousands or hundreds of swords. He only asked his servant to throw a broken sword over. I really couldn't stand it anymore and coincidentally wanted to kill him so much that I went crazy, so I slapped his head off. If the Shin family cottage can't stand it anymore, why don't you take turns fighting me? The head of the hut was so gloomy that the nearby disciples of the Shun family trembled and did not dare to look at him. The old man who had been in the second rank for much longer than the young man on the horse with a sword on his back held his cane tightly. He was full of murderous intent. Squinting his eyes, he asked, "Which school are you from?" Su Fengnian said with a look of surprise, "I've already killed your son, and you're still nagging me. Am I your father?" Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing looked at each other. They were considered experienced people in the Jianghu, but they had never seen such a master who was like a ruffian in the marketplace. Good. The head of the hut was so angry that he laughed loudly. He pressed his hands on the huge luminous pearl that was held in the dragon's mouth at the top of the cane. Regardless of whether they were under the protection of the cottage or the direct descendants of the Shun family, there were a total of 60 people present. Among them, there were 13 archers on both sides. However, people continued to enter the field. Ordinary people would get lost if they walked in. With such a big family, news would inevitably be delayed. It was like a stone being thrown into the heart of the lake. It would take some time for the ripples to spread to the lake. Su Fengnian silently said to himself, "If you want to kill me, you will be responsible for your own life." Su Fengnian floated down from the horse. His elegance was out of this world. The first wave of water splashing from the crossbow was already in front of him. Su Fengnian slid a few feet and easily dodged the flying arrows. The poor tall horse was shot into a hedgehog in an instant and fell to the ground with a loud bang. A strong man with a broad sword rushed forward in large strides, not giving him any chance to attack. Su Fengnian suddenly sped up. When he brushed past the man, he waved his sleeve and the man's huge body flew to the side. Just the sound of the man's shoulder breaking was very shocking. The 3 swordsmen from the cottage who followed him knew that things were not going well. In an instant, they set up the tripartite sword formation, which could be considered common in the Jianghu. The blades of the swords were dazzling. Su Fengnian spread out his hands and grabbed the tips of 2 swords. His body flipped back and dodged the middle sword. The 2 swordsmen between his fingers immediately twisted. One of the swordsmen, who was smarter and more cunning, also did a flip to prevent his sword from falling out of his hand. The other swordsman's movements were slower. The swordsman who managed to save his face secretly felt lucky. A force surged from the tip of his sword to his wrist. His body was fiercely pulled forward by the force. Just as he was about to abandon his sword and retreat, Su Fengnian held his sword and moved to the side like a fish swimming in water. The back of his hand suddenly hit the swordsman's chest, who was caught off guard. A cloud of scarlet blood spurted out. When the swordsman stumbled back, Su Fengnian raised his leg, which was not higher than his knee. He kicked the swordsman's calf with a huge force, causing his body to fly forward. Then he hit the man's forehead with his knee. Boom! The swordsman fell on the white jade slab. He only twitched twice symbolically before he quickly died with the ups and downs of his life. Su Fengnian flicked his sleeves, and the second wave of arrows shot by the crossbowmen fell into 2 treacherous vortexes. In the end, they were stabbed in the opposite direction. Only those who were quick enough to dodge were able to escape, but there were still 3 crossbowmen who died. Most of the people in Shenmen Cottage were swordsmen. 7 people, 7 swords, and 7 swords were released instantly. Every sword carried a strong momentum that did not care about life or death. It seemed that these Jianghu heroes were also stimulated. Every sword attacked the enemy's vital points. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to kill the enemy and break the array. He glided like a fish, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The slender figure with the sword on his back dodged elegantly. Except for a few swords that pierced his lower body and moved a little, the other dozens of swords that were released in 7 or 8 breaths could not make his feet leave the ground. This scholarly young man's body rose and fell like the tide, but he did not fall. No matter how many swords attack, my feet will take root. A man in purple with a golden crown, who was calmly watching the battle, stood beside the master of the cottage. After seeing his father nod, he unsheathed his sword like a dragon's roar. The sword aura was faintly lingering. In the gap between the 7 swords, he stabbed viciously towards Su Fengnian's heart. Su Fengnian formed a circle with his hands and covered the long sword. The green sword aura that was close to his heart could not pierce forward. His palms drew a circle again and the sword followed. The man in purple, who looked like Zhongli Handan, frowned slightly. He did not forcefully hold the sword. Instead, he pushed his palm on the sword hilt and finally pushed it forward a few inches. Su Fengnian floated back and dodged the attack and the 7 swords. The crossbowmen who were watching the situation immediately released the 3rd wave of arrows. They did not want to kill the enemy, but they did not want to give the swordsman a chance to breathe. The moment of breathing was like the moment of yin and yang. Those evenly matched life and death battles competed on the exquisiteness of breathing. Of course, there was also the degree of vigor. Both sides strangled each other like needles pricking each other. It was a matter of who leaked more slowly. Back then at the riverbank, in the blink of an eye, an old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat killed 600 iron armors with a single breath that circulated for 800 li. Su Fengnian, who had entered the initial stage of the Great Vajra realm, did not advance. Instead, he retreated, causing the arrow rain to miss again. The man in purple's expression changed slightly. He used his chi to control his sword and retreated with the sword. The mirage expanded and resisted 6 swords. His 5 fingers formed a hook and pressed down on a head. The majestic vigor at the tip of his fingers caused the head to explode. His hands rolled up his sleeves and tied his hair. The remaining 6 swords completely lost their aim. After a series of messy collisions, they no longer had their original order. Su Fengnian used the half-baked Hujia's 18 slaps that he stole. In the blink of an eye, he killed 6 swordsmen who died with their eyes wide open. Su Fengnian, who was standing among the corpses, raised Kunlun with both hands. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Old man Li, why don't you open your eyes and watch me kill a few people in one breath?" Chapter 529. 6 corpses that had been slapped to death by Hu Shao lay on the jade square with the scholar in the center. Blood flowed everywhere. After this battle, The archers were all stunned and forgot to shoot the next wave of arrows. The long-bearded hut owner shouted angrily, "Disciples of the Shen family, go first." 2 encirclements were formed in an instant. The small circle was made up of more than 20 members of the Shen family, mixed with the men of sacrifice cultivated by the cottage. The outer circle was made up of more than 40 guests of the Chang'e Peak. As the battle became more and more intense, more than 30 people rushed into the white jade square. The small circle suddenly shrank. More than 20 swords and knives combined. Su Fengnian's left foot moved about an inch, his hands raised to break the river and shake the Kunlun Mountains. Together with the knot of black hair that the blind Guqin player had learned by imitating Hu Zhao's rhythm, he had the demeanor of a great grandmaster. His body swayed and his qi flowed east like a long river. The disciples of the Shen family had been practicing martial arts since they were young. They were blessed by nature when it came to training their bodies. They also had superior secret manuals and masters to guide them. The 20 swords and knives attacked in a strict manner. Although they were defeated by the mighty qi, the small circle recovered and spread. Only a few people's swords and knives left their hands and were destroyed. Most people were safe and sound. The few who lost their weapons almost simultaneously caught the upper-class swords and knives thrown by the people in the big circle behind them. The circle shrank and stretched, showing the power of the Shen family cottage. West Shu had the largest dragon wall in the world. It was even bigger than the current 9-dragon wall in the Liyang imperial city. When Li Chungang used 3,000 streaks of sword qi to roll across it, it was called the opening Shu style. Su Fengnian, who had fought against more than 60 martial artists alone, silently said, "Sword, rise." Su Fengnian used Wudong Wang Zhongluo's one-finger Kanglan style to start. The spring and autumn sword on his back was unsheathed. The sword qi covered the entire Chang'e Peak. Spring and autumn flashed by. Su Fengnian stomped his feet fiercely, creating 2 pits on the jade floor. Between heaven and earth, there was a stream of splendor, like a flowing comet. Compared to the somewhat crude swallow-circling flying sword of the past, it truly surpassed the realm by too many levels. It was already close to the level of the Wu family's sword mound. At the Battle of the Reed Marsh, when Zhao Luding faced Li Chuangong's 2-sleeved green snake, he did not panic in the face of danger. He borrowed the second most famous sword of the age, the Su of Gozhouzian, from the hands of the sword attendant. This was drawing qi to control the sword. Su Fengnian, in an extremely rude and unreasonable manner, continued to slap randomly. This was a summary of the main points. On the other hand, the spring and autumn sword qi rolled out like a huge net. Wherever the sword qi reached, not only did it engulf the 20 people in the small circle, it also engulfed the 40 people in the big circle. The sword pierced through his neck, his chest, and his leg. The sword came and went, and the qi was endless. The father and son of the Shen family were 2 of the 3 master realm cultivators on Chang'e Peak. The father and son had reached rank 2 one after another, which was a fantastic story in the underworld of the Orange State. It could be said that a tiger father would not have a dog son. The reason why Shenji had high hopes for his illegitimate son, Zhongli Handan, was because he was waiting for the day when 3 master realm cultivators appeared in Chang'e Peak. This would undoubtedly help the cottage close the gap between them and the top 10 sections. The younger generation of the Shen family had many talented martial arts geniuses. As long as they did their best to raise a rank 1 expert within 30 years, the Shen family would be qualified to enter the eyes of the Northern Mang imperial court and would be supported by large amounts of people, money, and resources. The rich would get richer. This was the underworld of the Northern Mang. Not only did the imperial court allow the small sects to eat shrimps, they would also take the initiative to help the big sects to eat the small ones. If they did not move forward, they would fall behind. In Dunhuang City, which was 600 miles away, the city lord was like a king who had established his own sect. He was called the Second King by Little Emperor Wu. He had long wanted to devour the Shen family cottage. If it were not for the fact that the Chang'e Peak and the royal family had built up a huge amount of incense, which allowed several military towns to stand between them and were willing to stop the Dunhuang city forces from invading the south, the cottage would have been devoured long ago. Living in peace, one would not think about danger. The 40 or so sects within 300 miles of Dunhuang City were examples. The death of one person in the cottage meant that there would be more danger. How could Shinji not be worried? The purple-robed swordsman from the eldest branch of the cottage squinted his eyes and said gloomily, "If we don't get rid of this person, how can the cottage stand in Mount Lioi? Should I ask Grandpa to come out?" The cottage master shook his head and seemed to ask himself, "Isn't the price too high?" The middle-aged man retorted in a low voice, "Are we going to let this person kill everyone in the square?" The long-bearded cottage master squinted his eyes and said, "No hurry. Wait until he stops breathing, then you can test him again." The next cottage master, who was more elegant than Zhongli Handan, said angrily, "If we still can't take him down, what should we do? If we lose face, we will be hurt. Those bastards in Dunhuang City love to take advantage of every opportunity. Won't the cottage be in danger? If the cottage is destroyed, how can the descendants of the Shen family live a peaceful life? We can't learn from those filthy village leaders and take the Dunhuang City Lord as our godmother and be her slave, right? The messenger from Dunhuang City on the mountain has a seductive face and a plump body. She is like a concubine in the palace. However, her heart is vicious and her tone is lawless. She just came and already said that she wants the entire Shen family of the cottage to be the fake sons of Dunhuang City. How can I tolerate that?" Shinji frowned and said, "Don't try to goad me. Nobody knows my son better than his father. Do you really think that I'm old and dim-witted for all the tricks you've done in secret all these years? You blame me for not being willing to rely on Murong Baoding and not paving the way for you in the military world. So, you secretly made friends with the henchmen who hold the decree. Shen Kaihe, do you still think that I am your father?" Shen Kaihe's face was distorted and he sneered, "My mother was strangled to death by Zhongli Handan's illegitimate son with a piece of white silk. However, you don't even allow me to take revenge. What kind of father are you?" The old man held the iron crutch tightly. He was angry at first and then sad. His eyes were lonely. He suppressed his anger and sighed, "Now that Handan is dead, you and I should be united." Looking at the sword in the square, the owner of the cottage felt that he was old. A scholar who had become a crown could ride a sword, which was hard to find for ordinary swordsmen. The old man said slowly, "Murong Baoding is a man of great talent and bold vision, but he has a disloyal heart. Even if he can fight against Her Majesty, who is from the same clan as him, can he fight against Tuoba Bodhisattva, who has military power? Can he defeat the other 7 people who will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? If I kneel down and show my goodwill to Dunhuang City, even if the Shen family is struggling at death's door, it is better than being executed one day." Shen Kaihe said coldly, "Let's talk about the future. Right now, we still have to rely on people." The old owner smiled bitterly and said nothing. In the square, the spring and autumn sword had broken through 2 layers of the circle. More than half of the people were dead or injured. Chapter 530. The sword returned to its scabbard. The purple-clothed Shen Kaihe swept into the arena and fought a thrilling battle with this elegant swordsman. His figure was nimble and his purple sleeves fluttered. It was a very beautiful sight. The battlefield continued to shift. Shen Kaihe was punched in the chest by the hut master Shinji, who was 20 steps behind him. The latter's expression changed slightly. He lifted his walking stick and rushed forward, supporting this eldest son of the hut master. Shen Kaihe stood behind the long-bearded hut master. Su Fengnian originally did not want to play any trick of capturing the leader of the bandits. He only wanted to deal with the continuous battle of attrition and kill again. However, since he had delivered himself to his doorstep, he did not hold back. He unsheathed the spring and autumn sword. He saw the hut master with the white beard lift his walking stick. Su Fengnian sensed that this second-level master's qi had collapsed in an instant. Although there were signs of reversing the flow of qi, it was as if he had received another heavy blow. Finally, like the river and the sea, the spring and autumn sword pierced through his heart without any stagnation. It drew an exquisite arc in the air and returned to its scabbard. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes. There was some surprise and even more unreasonable strange smile. Shen Kaihe roared, "Father!" and hugged the dying old man who had been pierced by the sword. He carefully sat down and lowered his head with tears in his eyes. His gaze was unusually cold. The hut master Shinji, who was about to meet the enemy, had been attacked twice in the back by the chi of the sword at close range. 2 of his vital acupoints had been pierced. The acupoints themselves were not fatal to martial artists. However, the Shen family's unique inner strength cultivation method was very particular about stopping and then stopping again in the circulation of qi. The circulation of qi was progressively progressing layer by layer. In the end, the atmosphere was very vigorous. This subtle moment of the Shen family's 3 stops to reach the peak was not easy for outsiders to grasp. However, Shen Kaiha was very familiar with it. The 2 stabs had caused Shinji's inner strength to lose its foundation. Finally, he was easily defeated by the spring and autumn sword. Father and son, one lying down and one sitting, looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Shen Kaiha, who had committed treason, wanted to use the excuse of wiping the blood to cover Shinji's mouth to prevent him from shouting out the truth. Unexpectedly, the old man only smiled bleakly and did not show much anger. He shook his head slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly said, "Kaiha, although Zhongli Handan is arrogant, he has no ambition. You only know how to be jealous of his martial arts talent and hate his ruthlessness. Do you know that your mother and Aunt Lu were killed by your father's hands and not by him? I'm doing this for the future of the cottage. Handan has untied the knot in his heart. He doesn't hate you. Once I die, he will focus on practicing martial arts. You can take advantage of Dunhuang City, which is rumored to be Tooba's lover, to join the army. Then, you will have a meteoric rise. Furthermore, if Handan reaches the 1st rank, he will be in charge of Lifeng. Then, you will have nothing to worry about. After all, the position of the leader of the cottage is yours. The bright future is also yours." Shenji, who was on the verge of death, spoke intermittently. Shen Kaiha, who was in the prime of his life, pursed his lips and his lips trembled. Shenji, who was like a tiger that did not eat its cubs, grabbed his son's wrist and said with a hoarse voice, "Kaiha, don't get involved in the mud of the Murong family. Compared to the huge forces like Dunhuang City, the Shen family can't afford to play with a palace coup. Remember, there is a Zhuang spy hidden in the cottage. I purposely formed a connection with Dunhuang City to cover up your relationship with Murong Baoding. You have to be careful." Shenji's last words before he died were, "Don't feel guilty, Kaiha. You are someone who can achieve great things. As your father, I will take it as one of your achievements. In the future, you will bring glory to our family and have more children." Shen Kaiha finally had a few drops of sincere tears. However, there was still no remorse in his eyes. Su Fengnian, who had watched a great show, knew that there was no need to fight today. The purple-robed man's actions seemed absurd and cold-blooded. He knew that he could not kill Su Fengnian in a short period of time, but he also revealed the truth of killing his father. It was obvious that he was giving Su Fengnian a name. Not to mention being an enemy, he could even become a secret guest. Su Fengnian suddenly raised his head and glanced over. A silk-robed man jumped gracefully on the roof of a tall building. He flew like a swan goose from a raised eave. After grabbing something, he fell rapidly and disappeared in an instant. Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and asked, "What do you mean?" Shen Kaiha, who was sitting on the ground, looked as if he was an irreconcilable enemy. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Shen Kaiha, will personally find you after my father's death." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I am Song Rong from the chess and sword music school." Under everyone's gaze, he turned around and left the square. When he went down the mountain, only Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing were left dumbfounded. The 3 horses traveled together under the moonlight and passed the towering archway made of Phoebe Jinan wood. Han Fang was frightened. She gathered her courage and asked, "Sir, are you from the chess and sword music school?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Obviously, it is even more fake than the name Su Lang that I told you. It is just a name I made up casually. Do you really believe it?" Zhang Xiuqing smiled knowingly. Su Fengnian looked back at the night view of the mansion with lanterns hanging high and said softly, "I know you are from the Han family. If you don't want to die in the revenge of the cottage, bring a few trustworthy brothers and return to Jizhou tonight. Han Fang said bitterly, Sir, who are you? Su Fengnian said irresponsibly, You will know in the future. Anyway, if you still want to help the Han family and turn the legend of the courteous minister, written by the historian of the Liang dynasty, into Legend of the Loyal Minister, then go to Jizhou. Besides, you have no choice. If you want to live, you can only escape to the south. Han Fang said stubbornly, What if I don't want to listen to orders? Su Fengnian sneered and said, Then die. Han Fang's expression was solemn and she said calmly, When have the men of the Han family ever feared death? Su Fengnian smiled and said, Of course I am not afraid of death. Back then, in the capital of Ji province, a few hundred members of the Han family were strung together like grasshoppers. When they arrived at the entrance of the city, they raised their hands and chopped down with their knives. I heard that the butcher's knives even left a gash in their heads. I don't know how you became a cowardly fish that escaped the net, but I won't look into it. I will only negotiate with you. You go to Ji province and use the Han family's banner to secretly recruit 1,000 elite soldiers. As for where you hide, it is up to you. If you want gold, I will give you gold. If you want silver, I will give you silver. I can even provide war horses and weapons. After that, let's see if God will let the Han family wash away this injustice. As for who I am, Zhang Xiuqing squeezed the horse's belly and took the lead to run a few hundred steps forward. After the 3 horses ran side by side again, Zhang Xiuqing saw that Han Fang's face was still in shock. It was obvious that the answer must be very shocking. Su Fengnian asked, Other than you, Han Fang, are there any other direct descendants of the Han family? Han Fang shook her head and said, No. Su Fengnian sneered and said, Fortunately, otherwise I would have killed them for you. Han Fang was slightly angry but she suppressed it. Zhang Xiuqing's eyes were shining. The reason why he did not abandon Han Fang after the decline of the Zhongyi camp was because he, Zhang Xiuqing, no longer hoped for the day to come. When he interacted with Han Fang, he was more of a friend and confidant. Unknowingly, there was no master-servant relationship between them because Zhang Xiuqing knew that Han Fang controlled people too rigidly. She did not know how to reward and punish. To put it bluntly, she was soft-hearted. She was definitely not a wise ruler who could conquer the world. Zhang Xiuqing did not mind being someone's dog, as long as that person showed enough shrewdness and skill. Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves. Thinking of the warmth of the past, the corner of his mouth raised slightly and his eyes were gentle. I can't believe I met you in Juzhou. Chapter 5:31. Su Fengnian asked Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing, the 2 smart people, to go to Zhongyi village to pack their luggage. He went down the mountain alone and came to the wine shop. He saw Qing Junyang lying there sleeping soundly. If she was seen by the skinny monkey, who was as impatient as a monkey, wouldn't he drag her into the depths of the forest or the fields and ride her like a mare? After Su Fengnian sat down, he reached out and patted her cheek, which made her shiver. The woman, who had been through a lot, subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth, afraid that she would forget herself. Most women were like this. They loved beauty, cherished reputation, were afraid of pain, and were even more afraid of death. Of course, there were exceptions. Su Fengnian had seen too many women who were not inferior to men. He did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, for women who were more beautiful than 70 yuan, he did not mind if they were older. As long as they were not life and death enemies, he would be kind to them. Qing Junyang was in a daze. She hugged her collar tightly and did not notice anything strange. She was relieved. This expression hurt Su Fengnian. Qing Junyang was experienced and was familiar with the relationship between men and women. She saw the young man's helplessness from the corner of her eye and smiled. Little bastard, you don't even dare to knock on my door. I'll piss you off. Su Fengnian said straightforwardly. Zhongyi village angered the devils of Shen Men's thatched hut. Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing will take you south to Jizhou to escape. I think the days will be bumpy, but it should be better than being a fish on the chopping block. You will live a more comfortable life there. However, it is up to you whether you want to go to Jizhou or not. I won't force you. I'll tell you in advance that Zhongli Handan of Changle Peak Cottage is dead. You have no one to rely on. Qin Junyang was stunned. She mumbled to herself, dead? Finally dead? Su Fengnian nodded and said, he can't be more dead. I'm not lying to you. Qin Junyang lay on the table and stared blankly. Her breasts were out to scare people again? Was he not afraid of crushing the table? Su Fengnian looked at her openly and asked with a smile, do you know how to ride a horse? Qin Junyang winked and said, I can even make human meat buns. How can I not know how to ride a horse? Su Fengnian's eyes looked strange. He nodded and said, you know how to ride a horse. Qin Junyang's charming eyes were like silk. Under the table, she gently stepped on the foot of this sword-bearing wanderer and softly said, isn't that so? If you don't believe me. Su Fengnian shook his head. I'm not a casual man. Qin Junyang stopped teasing him. She lowered her eyelids and said softly, I'm a casual woman, right? She did not even question at the end of the sentence. And he. Of course. Of lady and laughed. Junyang he was that was that. Qin Junyang did not seem to take it seriously. She said with a worried face, what can I do in Jizhou? Su Fengnian stroked the empty wine jar with 2 fingers and said softly, continue to be the lady boss of a wine shop. Remember to sell good wine. Don't open a black shop and make human meat buns. The sound of horse hooves was heard. Han Fang and Zhang Xiuqing brought less than 20 riders down the mountain. They got off their horses and came to the table respectfully. Qin Junyang looked at the 2 leaders who were like mice that saw a cat. She was confused. Su Fengnian counted the number of people and laughed. Including you, there are only 20 riders. Was it the second leader who stopped you? He didn't ask you to drag the whole village down with you. Han Fang blushed. Zhang Xiuqing smiled and hit the nail on the head. If she had not tried her best to stop them and only brought 18 strong brothers to Jizhou, Han Fang would have wanted to bring them all to the south. Su Fengnian stood up slowly and walked around the table to Qin Junyang's side. He picked her up and put her on his horse. He raised his head and said, Qin Junyang, go to Jizhou. Find a man you like and marry him. If anyone dares to talk bad about you, I will let the 2 leaders tear their mouths apart. On the horse, the young woman who was still drunk suddenly cried. She bent down and hugged the scholar's head, but she did not let go. For a long time. Su Fengnian finally said with great difficulty, I can't breathe. The men of Zhongyi village were stunned. Moreover, Qin Junyang had a moment when she was shy like a young woman. Su Fengnian said softly, live well. There is no greater principle in the world than this. She nodded and wiped away her tears. The 21 riders gradually moved away. Su Fengnian waved his hand and touched his head. He said softly, so fragrant, so heavy. Other than having a funny name, Du Qinglu only had a very ordinary face. His skills were average among the foreign officials of the Shen cottage. He could not participate in confidential matters. 5 or 6 years ago, he went to Changle Peak. Because he practiced a set of sharp swordsmanship that was not known in the Jianghu, the moves were not flashy, but they were very murderous. Thus, he was often caught by Zhongli Handan to compete with him and practice his swordsmanship. Du Qinglu was not a loner. He got along well with many officials on the mountain. He was a small character who was willing to lower himself to get to know people. He was also one of the few important officials in the cottage who was willing to be nice to the bandits. He often went down the mountain to drink and laugh. Chapter 5:32. This chapter is not updated on the 18th. It is a chapter to thank the new top scholar for his calligraphy. The mansion of Shinmen Cottage was in chaos. As the night deepened, more and more red lanterns were hung. Many of the acquaintances began to gather and whisper to each other. Those who did not have time to get close to the fight were all shocked by it. 34 people died in the encirclement of the young swordsman who went up the mountain to pick a fight. Even the head of the cottage, Shinji, was stabbed in the heart. Because of the rolling sword chi, Shinji, who had been in the second rank for many years, was careless and died, which did not cause too much speculation. After cleaning up the mess, Shen Kaiha in purple went to the back of the mountain and knocked on a wooden door. He told a white-haired old man about the situation at the top of the mountain. The old man did not say a word. In the end, he stared at his grandson's eyes. Shen Kaiha sat upright and did not move, especially with a straight back. The old man in Changle Peak was like a retired emperor who retired after abdicating. He finally spoke in a plain tone, "Bury your father early to avoid leaving a topic for gossip." Shen Kaiha knelt down and cried bitterly, "I am unfilial." Now that his grandson was no longer observing his expression, the old man slowly showed his weariness, just like a piece of rice paper that had been laid out for many years, but after a drop of thick ink had been dripped into it, he would eat the ink later. He no longer mentioned this matter and asked, "How is that woman from Dunhuang?" Shen Kaiha choked and said, "I don't know if she took advantage of the chaos to go down the mountain or to loot a burning house." The old man said in a low voice, "You gradually alienated yourself from the governor of Orange State. You can't expose yourself and make him hate you. But I will draw a bottom line for you on behalf of your father. If you dare to cross the line and insist on using the lives of the Shen family as a bargaining chip for your future, since I already have several great-grandsons, Shen Ji and Zhongli Handan are dead, I don't mind losing one of you. If I can't help you up, why should I help you?" Shen Kaiha, who kept his head down, said, "I know the severity of the matter." The head of the cottage closed his eyes and concentrated. Shen Kaiha waited for a moment before he got up and bowed to leave. It was destined that the mountain would be covered in mourning clothes at dawn. The mountain wind was bleak. The old man opened his eyes and looked at the door. "Since you're passing by, why don't you come in for a chat?" The voluptuous woman in embroidered clothes smiled sweetly, pushed open the door, entered, and sat down directly. The old man with a serious expression sized her up and asked, "Miss, are you in the embroidered musk deer that entered the rankings with that blind zither player, Shuesong?" The woman touched her blood-red lips with her finger and smiled. "I'm only at the bottom. It's not worth mentioning." This old man shook his head and said, "Because there are 2 people in the second place, making a total of 11 people on the list. The first place and the little girl called Jia 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 are just a little more famous, but they don't live up to their names. In this old man's opinion, in terms of killing techniques, Shuesongguan is good at Xian killing Vajra, so he should be ranked first. Miss Jean Musk might not be in the top 3, but at the very least, she should be in the top 5. The beautiful young woman pretended to hold her chest and laughed while covering her heart. "Shen Shuehu, everyone in the Orange Prefecture says that you have high standards. How is it that your flattery skills are better than your skills? You really have hidden your strength well." The old man who was being sarcastically laughed it off and changed the topic. He sighed and said, "My family's dirty linen is made public. Miss Jean Musk, please don't laugh at me." The woman raised her eyebrows and asked, "Dirty linen? Is it as ugly as me?" The old man laughed and said, "Miss Jean Musk, you really like to joke. This old man has lived for more than 80 years, but I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you." She asked seriously, "I killed an ignorant cottage employee called Du Qinglu, who was a spy on Murong Baoding's side. Will you punish me?" Shen Shuehu thought for a while and shook his head. "This old man is not qualified to punish you. Not to mention the second king in Dunhuang City and the small cottage, even you can come and go as you please. However, the imperial edict will definitely be investigated. Can the cottage say that it was Dunhuang City who killed you? Miss Jean Musk, you also know that the cottage is not Dunhuang City. We can't withstand the imperial edict from Murong Baoding." The woman twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "Okay." Shen Shuehu bowed and said, "I'll have to rely on Dunhuang City in the future." She nodded. Su Fengnian came to Mount Liuyi all by himself and left all by himself. He found a pot of wine at Qing Junyang's wine shop and carried his bookcase on his back. Wearing a black robe and a white undershirt, he drank as he walked. Su Fengnian felt that he finally had a mother * king heroic demeanor. Why did he go up the mountain to kill people? Su Fengnian walked on the muddy road that was full of potholes due to the horse's hooves. He thought for a while. Qing Junyang's words were so good. In Su Fengnian's opinion, he took the initiative to jump into the Jianghu. Whether it was dog paddling or backstroke, he could only rely on his own abilities. For example, The Fish Dragon Gang and Lu Narong had to be responsible for their own lives. Other people practiced martial arts and ran to help the weak after reaching a certain level. Su Fengnian was in Beimang and was in a precarious situation. He did not want to join in the fun. Since he was determined to seek fame and fortune in the Jianghu, he could not blame others if he was killed by the waves. Chapter 5:33. The girl's eyes and brows were full of charm. She only pretended to be delicate and timid, not in a hurry to jump into the scholar's arms. Is this path-cutting bandit the king of the mountain? Wrong, this one is only a small bandit, snatching a girl for the king of the mountain to be his wife. Once this merit is accomplished, I can go from a small bandit to a big bandit. Then haven't you even hugged the bandit's wife? Moreover, this is the wilderness. Even if you do something to this little girl, heaven and earth won't respond. That's true. But if you become the bandit's wife and tell the mountain king, won't my head be chopped off? Little girl, don't talk nonsense and disturb my mind. Although I'm a nameless nobody right now, I have the ambition to be the king of the mountain. Even if you're a fickle woman and are willing to sleep with me under the canopy of heaven and earth, I will definitely not do it. Bah, you dare to tease me. If my young master hears this, he will chop you to death. Who is your young master? Is he as skilled as me in both sword and saber arts? Moreover, your young master is definitely not as elegant as me. Little bandit, you are just a frog in a well. How would you know my young master's good points? I am not a frog in a well. I am a toad blocking the road. Little girl, you can insult this one's appearance, but don't insult my bandit profession. Sigh, my young master said that he has made up his mind to build a pigsty on the ridge of the field. He will not let the goodies flow into the fields of others. But why haven't you eaten me yet? That's strange. Your young master is indeed a gentleman. I admire him very much. The moon was bright and the wind was high. It was a good night to kill people. Otherwise, it would be a man and a woman having a romantic moment. How bored must this pair be to chat in the middle of the night on a muddy path? After chattering for a while, the embroidered clothed girl finally flew into Su Fengnian's arms like a graceful butterfly. Su Fengnian hugged her soft body and sniffed hard. He closed his eyes and said with intoxication, "After smelling it, your scent is still the most fragrant. It's even better than seeing a piece of delicious roasted sweet potato after you've lost your mind from hunger." The woman hugged him tightly and pressed herself against his chest. It was as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. She murmured, "This servant was originally called Sweet Potato." The young man and woman, who were master and servant, walked out of Bailiang at almost the same time. It seemed like a warm reunion in a foreign land, but who would know about the soul-stirring journey that belonged to each of them? She was always smiling at the people she cared about. "Sweet Potato, loosen your grip. You're choking me." "Young master, you are now an expert, an expert, an expert. Then you should loosen your grip. It's inappropriate to keep hugging her like this." "Oh, young master, you have an extra sword. Show it to this servant? If you need to clean the sword, just leave it to this servant. You're asking for a beating. Don't play any tricks. Let go of me." "Young master, the last time you returned from your travels in Wutangen, you said that there was a powerful swordsman who killed a beauty with a single sword. Was it this sword? Can't you have some rules?" Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped her buttocks and used a little force to break free from the beauty's embrace. He glared at her and saw that her face was strangely red, as if she had taken an aphrodisiac. The two of them looked at each other. Su Fengnian pinched her nose and said with a smile, "Why are you here? What are you doing in Shenmen Cottage?" It was Wutangen's first-class servant, Sweet Potato. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. She enunciated each word clearly and said, "I missed you, young master." Su Fengnian pretended that he was going to hit her. Sweet Potato leaned over and looked like she was going to let him do whatever he wanted. Su Fengnian frowned. Sweet Potato smiled and whistled. A horse galloped over and she took the reins. She said seriously, "I left Bailiang a few days later than you, young master. There was a plot in Dunhuang City by the prince's mansion, which involved the cottage. My original intention was to knock some sense into Shunkaiha, who was secretly close to Murong Baoding, the head of Orange Province. I didn't expect young master to be so powerful that you killed the cottage and even killed Shinji. Coincidentally, I pulled out one of Zhu Yan's spies. After that, I used a trick and told the previous cottage master, Shin Shuehu, that I was Murong Baoding's spy. I promised him that Dunhuang City would be the scapegoat. I bet that he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to mention this to Murong Baoding. During this period of time, I imitated the handwriting of the catcher and delivered some authentic secret letters. I won't be exposed for the time being. At least, when your highness leaves Jinsi province, the butterfly catchers 300 miles away will only notice. If we are lucky, your highness may not have revealed any clues to those people when you return to Bailiang. Su Fengnian mounted the horse and bent down to pull Sweet Potato up. He hugged her slender waist and rested his head on the servant's round shoulder. He frowned and said, "What if it's exposed?" She calmly said, "There's no harm in that. Just let Sweet Potato follow the vine to find the melon, and kill more than a dozen catchers in one go to catch the butterfly lady. This will throw them into confusion, and I guarantee that they won't be able to track down your highness' whereabouts. They'll only be led by the nose by this servant." Su Fengnian was silent. Even the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, praised her for having a clever heart. Sweet Potato said softly, "Young master, Sweet Potato is a death warrior. If I don't die, what am I living for? Isn't it to help master kill people?" Su Fengnian gently bit her earlobe and ordered, "You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to do that." Her body trembled and she leaned back. Su Fengnian, who could be said to be calm, asked, "All these years, you've been leaving the prince's mansion every now and then. Have you been running to Beimang's Dunhuang City?" Sweet Potato obediently and meekly acknowledged. There were many servant girls in Wutangen, each with their own merits. They were all outstanding young women. Not to mention Spear Fairy Wang Xiu's daughter, Bluebird, Green Ant was a small national champion on the chess scale. She only lost to her second sister, Su Weisheng. Su Fengnian had been defeated by him for many years. He was good at the quatrains and had a strong poetic style. The maidservant, who had been renamed Cucumber, had outstanding attainments in music. She was also an expert in cooking, and the pastries she made were comparable to those made by the chefs in the imperial palace. Only the northern Liang prince's mansion was wealthy enough to allow so many women to gather in one courtyard. Any one of them would be able to make the scholars of northern Liang go crazy. Sweet Potato was undoubtedly the most interesting one. Bluebird, who was also a servant girl, had a cold temperament and was difficult to get close to. Sweet Potato was much more gentle and charming. Everyone liked her from the bottom of their hearts. She always looked at the big picture and grasped people's hearts. The harmony in the courtyard could not go unnoticed. Su Shao said that she could go to the palace and become an invincible concubine. It was not an exaggeration. Her charm was on her face, but she was cold to the bone. Su Fengnian had been close to her since they were young. They were probably both cold people. That was why they were so close. They were like hamsters in the winter. They could only snuggle up to each other for warmth. Su Fengnian curiously asked, "According to what you said, you have another identity in Dunhuang?" Sweet Potato put her hands on her waist and nodded, "Of course there will be. Dunhuang City has many different forces entangled with each other. It's very complicated." This servant entered early. At that time, Dunhuang City was short of manpower and was in turmoil. I took advantage of the situation. I know that there are no less than 8 big mountains. Among them, there are 3 factions that have been accumulated by the people of Dunhuang for 2 generations. They are like 3 legs of a tripod. It can be said that they spared no effort in scheming against each other. Young Master also knows that the northern barbarians are learning our dynasty's battle of wits. It is a bit nonsensical, but there are some battles of bravery that are very interesting. Other than the 2 factions supported by Murong Baoding and Jinsi Province, the Buktai, which is ranked 9th among the top 10 sects in Beimang, has its foundation in Dunhuang. It is one of the city's elders. It does not participate in the struggle and has never done anything like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. The other 2 factions are the powers formed by the entanglement of wealthy merchants. They are particularly slippery in their conduct and cannot be underestimated. Su Fengnian sighed with emotion. They really have a lot of methods, he said. Sweet Potato leaned against his chest and closed her bewitching limpid eyes. She said in a low voice, "Recently, I heard that there was a disciple of Chao Guanzi on the prairie who defeated Tuoba Chunsen's arrogance. I knew it was young master." Su Fengnian stroked her fine black hair and said with a laugh, "You and I are like frogs meeting frogs in boiling oil. We are brothers in distress." Sweet Potato said in a sweet voice, "I am a woman." Chapter 5:34. Su Fengnian did not respond. Thinking about the Zhongyi camp, he was touched. He smiled and said, "I've been staying at Mount Liui these past few days. I met a descendant of the Han family and encouraged him to go to Jizhou. Sweet Potato, if you have time, send a message back to Bailiang and ask my master to play Go. He's good at this." Sweet Potato nodded. "When we get to Dunhuang, we'll do this. I guarantee that there won't be any mistakes." Su Fengnian said softly, "My master has always regarded Go as a wild fox. He disapproves of it and doesn't think highly of it. He says that although the moves of the Go pieces seem complicated, it's far from being as unpredictable as the human heart. A Go piece can take root on the chessboard mountain. After all, a black Go piece is still a black Go piece, and a white Go piece is still white Go piece. No matter how you change the colors, a person can reverse black and white. Loyalty, righteousness, kindness, and so on are not worth mentioning. In the past, I didn't think so. I just thought that my master's Go skills were not good enough. He couldn't even beat my second sister, so he found this excuse. Now that I look back, I understand my master's good intentions. In the past, under the shade of the tree in the prince's mansion, watching the small ripples or the rise and fall of the water was always like watching a play. I never personally entered the game. Perhaps it's because the old foxes hide too deeply that I can't see it clearly. But in Mount Liui, a small Zhongyi camp, there are some differences in the way the leaders do things. Sweet Potato, is this what my master meant by cutting a small hole to make a big fuss?" Sweet Potato stroked the back of Su Fengnian's interlocked fingers and said softly with a smile, "Young master is becoming more and more sensible." Su Fengnian was about to teach his head maid a lesson when she suddenly turned her head. She raised her sharp chin. Her fox-like face was devoid of any signs of spring. She said, "Young master, I'm not talking about Sweet Potato. I'm talking about those people who can't see the light for years or even decades. They don't even have a proper name when they die. You have to remember their kindness." Su Fengnian nodded. "I'll remember that." The transmission of information was done in the form of human lives and blood. On the battlefield were scouts and horses, in the dark were secret agents and spies. The latter was even more silent. "Sweet Potato, this horse is not bad. Is it a famous horse from Beimeng?" "It's a night jade lion. One horse is worth 50 taels of gold." "You rode from Dunhuang? What kind of status does he have to be so imposing?" "Young master, you'll know when you arrive." "You don't want to say?" "I scratched your armpit." "Young master, don't." You're rebelling. Just because you say you don't want it, you don't want it? Who's the young master and who's the servant girl?" Instead of finding a place to rest, they galloped through the night and arrived at a small city without walls in the wee hours of the morning. Sweet Potato, who had slept in Su Fengnian's arms, continued to curl up her head, not letting anyone see her beautiful face. He stopped at an inn to rest, paid the bill, and left in less than 2 hours. The innkeeper and the waiter, who were mesmerized by the Sweet Potato face and figure, looked at the departing figure, thumped their chests and stamped their feet. This damned scholar, he picked such a delicate and beautiful flower. The innkeeper and his assistant suddenly came back to their senses. The latter took the lead and was about to run to the inn where the man and woman were staying. What could they do in 2 hours if they came and went in a hurry? As long as one was enlightened, they would know even if they used their buttocks to think. Smelling the fragrance of the quilt was also a great blessing. The innkeeper grabbed his assistant's collar and angrily scolded him, driving him to do his work. He rushed into the room and saw that the quilt was neat and clean. He did not give up his evil intentions and jumped on the big bed. Not smelling the woman's body fragrance, the middle-aged bald innkeeper became absent-minded again. He punched the bed and cursed bitterly, "This boy is not a man. Such a beautiful woman, it's worth it even if I lose 10 years of my life to have fun with her." It was said that a horse could travel 1,000 miles in a day. It was impossible for a single horse to travel 1,000 miles in a day. A military horse had to brush its nose every 30 miles. Moreover, even if the horse did not hesitate to run until it died, it would not be possible unless it was the continuous post horses of the Liang dynasty. If there was an emergency military situation, it would need to travel 800 miles. It was based on the premise that it was changed every few dozen miles. Only then could it reach the limit of 800 miles in a day. During the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, there was a rare example of a horse traveling 900 miles in a day to deliver a letter. However, during that widespread delivery, more than 10 post stations were neglected and 2 priceless horses died from running. This jade lion with good endurance and leg strength did not rush, but it did not stop. It took 3 days and 3 nights to see the huge outline of Dunhuang City. It was just dawn and Dunhuang City was strictly forbidden at night. At this time, the city had not yet opened. Sweet Potato asked if they wanted to take a look at the Tsaiji Buddha cave outside Dunhuang City. There were more than 26,000 statues of Buddha, Bodhisattva, celestial beings, and fairies in Tsaiji Buddha cave. It was worthy of being called a sacred place of Buddhism, second only to the 2 Zen temples in the Central Plains and Mount Lantua in the Western region. Unlike many important places of religion, Tsaiji Buddha cave was not built on a mountain. It did not ask for the mountain to be higher than the Buddha. It was built from the ground or carved from the mountain. It allowed visitors and believers to go to the top of Tsaiji Mountain to enjoy the scenery. The only main Buddha was only carved from the mountain. There was no need to go up the mountain. The main Buddha of Tsaiji cave was 3 Buddhas of 3 worlds sitting on the Sumeru platform. The one in the middle was 66 feet tall. His face was plump and solemn. The pattern of his cassock hung diagonally in front of him. The 2 sides were more than 40 feet tall. There were bodhisattvas on each side. At the end of the 2 sides were 8 celestial beings. Seeing the towering Buddha statue from afar, Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Behind the main Buddha, there are 81 lotuses. On each lotus, there is a bodhisattva worshipping it. There are many Buddhists in Bemang. These 81 bodhisattvas have almost all been divided among the rich and powerful. Their incense is flourishing. I'm afraid even the 2 Zen temples can't compare. Among them, there are more than 10 great bodhisattvas. Not to mention the rich and powerful in Dunhuang, even the few great city in the grassland would have to think twice before voluntarily giving up the idea of fighting for them." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile and raised his head to take a closer look. The main Buddha performed the fearless mudra. On the top of the cavern, there was a large lotus with shallow marks carved by the southern Tang round knife. It left a deep impression on Su Fengnian. Hundreds more flew into the sky. Their bodies were light and their expressions were natural. Su Fengnian lowered his head and put his palms together. Beimang and Liang were about to launch a mighty Buddha extermination if nothing unexpected happened. Su Fengnian continued to worship Buddha. Sweet Potato did not believe in Buddha, but she followed suit. After standing still for a long time, Su Fengnian did not say anything. He turned around and left. He pulled on the reins but did not mount the horse. He said softly, "Zizai, zizai, zizai, there is no one, there is no me. Ask your own safety at this time, know where you are and you are naturally at ease. Buddha Tathagata, there is a future, there is a future. Find out how this life came to be, come to see Tathagata." Sweet Potato smiled tenderly and said, "Young master, this couplet is very appropriate for the occasion." Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled. He sighed and said, "Isn't that so?" Remembering something, Su Fengnian said, "I met a monk this time. You won't be able to guess who he is." Sweet Potato said, "The Dragon Tree Monk, the abbot of the 2 Zen temples. I know he has come to Beimang. Since young master said so, it must be him. This Buddhist saint is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he be praised for crossing all living beings in the sea of bitterness? Only the Kunlun Pond dragon knows how to listen to his lectures. The Buddhist lion's roar can cause the Penglai Sea to raise huge waves. Su Fengnian looked melancholy. She covered her mouth and smiled. She took a few steps back and pointed to the top of the mountain. She said softly, I just got the news that the Empress wants to invite the state preceptor, Immortal Qilin, to build a Taoist temple on Tsaiji Mountain. Su Fengnian said to himself, do the Buddhists and Taoists hate each other in the mountains? Su Fengnian left Tsaiji Myriad Buddha cave far away. He got on the horse with her and galloped to Dunhuang City. Sweet Potato asked, Young Master, the 6 paths of reincarnation mentioned by the Buddhists, is there really such a thing? Su Fengnian said calmly, if you believe it, there is. If you don't believe it, there is none. She hesitated for a moment and looked back. She was destined to die when she was born. She always wanted to give her body to young Master so that she could die willingly. If she died early and reincarnated, she would seize the opportunity to be a devout Buddhist in this life and reincarnate as a good-looking woman. Maybe she could meet him again. She didn't want to live until she was old and wrinkled. It was too ugly. Su Fengnian suddenly said, Sweet Potato, when I have a daughter in the future, no matter who she is, you will help her dress up and teach her how to apply rouge, okay? She blinked her eyes and asked with a red face, But I'm just a worthless maid. Su Fengnian said in a deep voice, I'm a man and you're a woman. It's that simple. If you talk about worthless again, I'll beat you. Sweet Potato lowered her head and then looked up at him in a daze. Outside the city, young Master and maid were enjoying each other? He continued, You have to promise me that I'll bully you when I get to the city. Don't talk about beating you, I'll eat you up. Really? A gentleman keeps his word. Young Master is a gentleman? A humble person's words can't be changed even by 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Young Master is heroic. That's right, let's go. Pick a big bed and go to bed. Chapter 5:35. The yellow sands stretched for thousands of miles. Dunhuang had formed a circle, creating a paradise for 70 to 80,000 people. The snow-white night jade lion did not go through the south gate, but instead went to the north gate. Su Fengnian knew that according to the layout of Dunhuang, going through the north gate was like going through the black tortoise into the imperial palace. However, Sweet Potato was meticulous and had taken root in Dunhuang for many years. Su Fengnian was happy to go along with the host and did not say much. As they approached the north gate, Sweet Potato dismounted and said that he would lead the horse into the city. Su Fengnian did not agree and dismounted together to walk. Sweet Potato insisted on taking the bookcase and carrying it on his back. One on the left and one on the right, they walked towards the north gate. There were 2 rows of strong armored guards with halberds in their hands. They were all ceremonial embroidered halberds. Seeing Sweet Potato in embroidered robes, they knelt down without saying a word. There were more than 100 people kneeling down. Su Fengnian was confused. After passing through the gate, his vision suddenly opened up. Just as the Tide Listening Pavilion had described, the giant palace at the northern end of Dunhuang had been split into 2 for some reason in recent years. Its geographical location was very clear. It was divided into 2 palaces, east and west. The Yetting Palace in the east and the Purple Golden Palace in the west. Su Fengnian followed Sweet Potato and led the horse westward. The ground beneath his feet was paved with thick white jade slices made of fine suet jade. In front of a heavy palace door that was slowly opening, Su Fengnian deliberately squatted down to touch it. Behind the vermilion door, the pretty palace maids in wide-sleeved red and green gowns widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They seemed to be surprised that this young foreigner was so tacky and unworldly. Su Fengnian got up and could not help but ask softly, Are you the Castellan's confidant or a small leader in the Purple Golden Palace? Sweet Potato answered with a straight face, Both. Su Fengnian did not say anything else. Dunhuang's power was complicated. These soldiers and palace maids were not very clean. The more they spoke, the more likely they would make mistakes. Passing through corridors and aisles, Sweet Potato gave the night jade lion to the palace maids to send to the stables. Next, they arrived at the inner court palace. They stopped at a plaque hanging from Qing Li Zhai. Sweet Potato pushed the door open and chuckled, Young Master, Are you not afraid that I will betray you and bring you into Dunhuang? Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile and walked into the room. He was stunned for a moment. It was actually the same layout as the Wutong Garden of the Northern Liang Prince's mansion. There was a sense of familiarity with the elegant furnishings, porcelain bottles, incense burners, and the 4 treasures on the desk. Su Fengnian reached out to touch a large pouch filled with crystal balls and white chrysanthemums. His fingers then touched the large red sandalwood table with carved dragons. Sweet Potato seemed to have a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. She looked at Su Fengnian's side profile and whispered in a sweet voice, "Young master has returned home." Seeing her young master's puzzled face, Sweet Potato no longer kept Su Fengnian in suspense. She put down the bookcase and pulled Su Fengnian to the couch by the window to lie down. She spoke tirelessly, "The lord of the city is this servant's aunt." She sat on this position with the secret support of Bailiang Palace. This servant was originally sent to Wutong Garden with a status similar to that of a hostage. However, Wang Fei treated me like her own daughter and taught me martial arts. On the other hand, this servant was not very close to Aunt. Aunt also had a hard life. She was originally a concubine of the Baimeng Palace and was framed by Empress Murongshi. That was why she lost the battle for favor and lost the position of empress. However, the late Yelu Emperor had a secret posthumous edict that forbade Murongshi, who was the empress at that time, from killing Aunt. He also asked Aunt to ensure her safety for the rest of her life. Aunt's family declined and she only brought this servant with her to become homeless. Although her life was not in danger, she had experienced many hardships. At that time, there were many rumors and slanders, which were not all nonsense. Later on, when she met the great general and Wang Fei at the border, her luck changed. In addition, when Taoba was young, he did receive Aunt's favor. After he became the king of the northern courtyard who was in charge of half the country's military, he had a lot of protection for Dunhuang City. There were some things that went beyond the rules in the city, and the Baimeng Palace had no choice but to turn a blind eye to it. Sweet Potato sat cross-legged with Su Fengnian resting his head on her lap. She untied the hairband that tied his hair and combed his hair. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and asked, "Your aunt?" Sweet Potato said calmly, "A few years ago, the great demon Luo Yang passed by Dunhuang City. Aunt fought with him and died after a year. At that time, Luo Yang was going to enter the city and massacre the city. Aunt divided the giant immortal palace and gave the Yeting Palace to this demon as his temporary residence. She racked her brains to invite a peerless Buddha for Dunhuang City. Dunhuang City benefited from the disaster. Even the Baimeng Empress stopped many of her infiltrations and even withdrew Zhu Yan's forces. Although Luo Yang was the Yeting Palace master in name, he did not show up in these years. After Aunt died, her funeral was kept a secret and I became the palace master of the Purple Gold Palace. Aunt left behind her last words. When Luo Yang moved into the Yeting Palace, it meant that she had a backer. Only then did I ascend the throne and announce her death." Su Fengnian frowned. During the trip to Baimeng, the famous demon Luo Yang's reputation was like thunder to his ears. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and asked, "Who is this Luo Yang?" Sweet Potato shook his head and said, "No matter how the various powers of Northern Mang investigated, they couldn't find any traces of him. I heard from my aunt that this young man has the appearance of a woman. However, although his brows and eyes are somewhat charming, he has a valiant temperament. He's even better than the young Tuoba Bodhisattva. He likes to wear white clothes and doesn't use weapons." However, there was a rumor that several stunning women had appeared around Luoyang and were treated as his exclusive property. Among them, there was no lack of daughters of noble families. At that time, Dunhuang City had also sent a young beauty whose beauty could topple a city. Luoyang's fishing habits should be true. Su Fengnian held Sweet Potato's hand that was caressing his cheek and subconsciously rubbed it. He asked, "Will this Luo Yang have evil thoughts when he sees you?" Sweet Potato smiled and said, "This servant's beauty is probably not enough to enter his eyes." Su Fengnian scolded, "Bullsh**T. Sweet Potato lowered her head and stared into his red phoenix eyes. Her breath smelled like orchids as she whispered, "Young master, after 3 years of traveling, I heard you tell me that only those who eat too much sweet potato will fart. You haven't even eaten a sweet potato yet. Su Fengnian's eyes suddenly widened. Sweet Potato's unruly hand touched his waist and went straight to the root of the problem. He looked into her beautiful face. Her eyes were like silk, and her eyebrows were full of lust. However, the bottom of her eyes could not hide the shyness of a young woman. Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. How much courage do you have to do such a thing? Playing little tricks with a womanizer like me, in the end you are the one who is at a disadvantage. Su Fengnian was not embarrassed by his little brother's uncontrollable hostility. On the other hand, Sweet Potato, who had secretly looked at a few erotic pictures with Green Ant and the others, did not know how to end it. Being stared at by Su Fengnian, Sweet Potato blushed and did not know what to do. Su Fengnian saw that her eyes and cheeks were almost dripping with tears. He did not want to embarrass her any further. He smiled and said, "Stop fooling around. I'm going to take a bath first and then have a good sleep. I won't be taking care of the sword today. I'll have a good rest. When I wake up naturally, we can talk about other things." Sweet Potato felt as if she had been pardoned. When she bent down to put on her embroidered shoes, Su Fengnian slapped her especially plump and bouncy buttocks. He teased, "You don't know, but on this trip to Beimang, I was constantly being teased by women. I even slapped a woman's buttocks in a border town. But she wasn't as pretty as you. Her face was 10 streets away from yours. Only her breasts could be compared to yours, but her buttocks were far from yours." Sweet Potato, who had evil intentions but no guts, fled in panic. Half an hour later, Sweet Potato led Su Fengnian to a side room. There was a bathtub made of yellow rosewood that was filled with mist. It was steaming hot. Even though there were no petals, the fragrance of the bathtub assailed his nostrils. Su Fengnian glanced at Sweet Potato, who had taken off her brocade gown and was only wearing undergarments. This was the gift of this first-class maidservant of Wutong Garden. Every early spring, her fragrance could even attract bees and butterflies. The scene of a woman walking with butterflies fluttering around her was too wonderful for words. The scholar officials were addicted to precious jade figurines and the like, but compared to her national beauty and heavenly fragrance, they were not even worth mentioning. Sweet Potato helped him take off his clothes. She was familiar with these chores and was the only personal maidservant in Bailiang Palace. She was only one step away from becoming a Tongfang. Thus, she was also the first person to see Su Fengnian naked. Only when she was not around would the green ants do it for her. Every time, the latter would want nothing more than to close her eyes in embarrassment. Su Fengnian looked at Sweet Potato, who seemed to be possessed by green ants. He smiled and asked, "You were different in the past. Is it because you're so close to home? What, you only know how to be shy now?" Chapter 5:36. Su Fengnian walked into the bathtub, and Sweet Potato skillfully wiped his body. It was a long time since he felt so comfortable. Sweet Potato saw a scar on his waist that hadn't faded even after the great yellow courtyard. It was a ghastly sight, and her lips trembled. Su Fengnian, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, said calmly, "I was unlucky. Tuoba Chunsun brought 2 great devils to surround me. After I escaped, I was struck by Duanbo Erwi's thunder spear while I was hunting." Sweet Potato remained silent. Her body was pressed against the wooden wall of the bathtub, and her head rested on Su Fengnian's shoulder. She asked softly, "It's not good to stand outside the tub. Do you want me to come in?" Su Fengnian nodded. She didn't take off her thin clothes. She half-squatted in the spacious bathtub, and her technique was delicate. Her clothes were soaked, and it didn't make much difference whether she wore them or not. At this moment, it seemed that wearing more clothes would make her even more charming. When Sweet Potato swam behind him like a plump koi and touched the large patch of fine scars on his back, Su Fengnian laughed softly. "Not long ago, I fought with the devil Shui Songguan and broke 2 of her zither strings. She had the 18 beats of the Hujia, which made me suffer a lot. Now that I think about it, I still have lingering fears. Sure enough, when I see those rare finger Xian experts, I still have to take a detour. At first, I thought that since she jumped into the finger Xian realm, her combat power should be about the same as Duanbo Erwi's. I thought that she could try to fight with them, but I was wrong. In terms of the three sects, there seemed to be no difference between the three realms. However, in Jianghu, the difference of one realm still made a world of difference. Sweet Potato, what realm are you in? Sweet Potato rubbed Su Fengyan's chest. Her eyes were blurred, her body trembled, and her voice trembled. I'm both a fake Vajra and a fake Finger Xian. It's enough to kill ordinary people. Su Fengyan smelled the natural fragrance of dragon saliva and ancient sandalwood. He said, "It's about time." Sweet Potato nodded and took the lead to get up and leave the bathtub. She carefully wiped her hands with a silk cloth, and then she picked up a pile of clean clothes. On top of it was a purple robe of exquisite craftsmanship. It was the purple robe of the imperial family of the Central Plains. Su Fengyan walked out of the bathtub and walked closer to take a closer look. He said in surprise, "Is this the python robe of the Southern Tang Imperial Weaving Bureau? How did it came to Dunhuang City?" Sweet Potato smiled and said, "When the scholars of the Central Plains fled to the north, one of the leaders of the Weaving Bureau secretly hid this python robe and sold it for profit to an influential official in Dunhuang. The latter gave it to my aunt as a gift. In fact, there were two robes. The robe in my hand was originally intended to be given to a prince by the king of Southern Tang, so it fits you perfectly. The other robe is a yellow robe that is relatively small and delicate. It's more suitable for me to wear, but it's too tight for you to wear. Try it on." Su Fengyan didn't refuse either. In northern Mang, forget about wearing a fallen nation's python robe. Even if he were to wear the Zhao family's Son of Heaven's dragon robe in private, no one would be so bored as to impeach him. Under Sweet Potato's service, he put on the purple robe of the imperial family of the Southern Tang and put on the purple gold crown. There were two brocade ribbons on both sides of the crown that hung down to his arms. Standing in front of a large bronze mirror with a red sandalwood frame, Sweet Potato's eyes were intoxicated. She said in a daze, "It's a pity young master didn't become an emperor." Su Fengyan laughed. "You've tried it. You still have to sleep. Don't waste this robe. You should change your clothes too." After taking off the robe, Su Fengyan went to his room and fell asleep. Sweet Potato walked over and sat on the bed. She listened to the soft snoring and felt sad. Before traveling, he had never snored. How tired must he be to be like this? Laying down on her side, Sweet Potato gazed at the serene face that was just inches away from her. She whispered, "Gongzi, you're mine now. You're mine alone. I'm not greedy. Even if it's just for one day, it's fine." Day and night in Dunhuang were like two seasons. The day was as hot as the summer, and the night was as cold as the late autumn. When Su Fengyan woke up, he was the only one in the room. He put on his boots and felt a little hungry. He went to the desk and picked up a bell and shook it a few times. A palace maid came over slowly. Su Fengyan ordered in the language of the Southern Tang, "Bring me a few pieces of sweet potatoes." The palace maid seemed to understand, but she also seemed to not understand. She did not dare to ask too much. She just thought that she had met a strange guest. She went to get a plate and brought back a few pieces of sweet potatoes. Su Fengyan waved his hand to signal her to leave. He then carried a pile of books to the outside of the courtyard. He first lit the freshly cut branches and dug a small hole. Only then did he start to roast the sweet potatoes. The new branches were wet and were not suitable for roasting. This was what old Huang had taught him in the past. Su Fengyan sat on a small embroidered stool and nibbled on a red heart sweet potato. He turned his head and saw the woman who was about to cry. She could be considered the empress of Dunhuang. He heard her sobbing, "Young master, is this what you meant by eating sweet potatoes? You didn't keep your word." Su Fengyan opened his mouth wide. He was speechless. Sweet Potato had obviously dressed up. She was charming. Now that she was weeping, she was even more attractive. Su Fengyan said helplessly, "What's the rush?" It said that only when one is full and warm can one have the strength to think about one's desires. "Can I eat sweet potatoes before eating them? You're too unreasonable." Sweet Potato smiled through her tears. Su Fengyan carried a few pieces of sweet potatoes into the room and handed one to her. Sweet Potato shook her head. Su Fengyan said softly as he ate, When I was traveling, every time I ate a roasted sweet potato, I would think that when I got home, I would definitely change your name. Red musk, red musk, red musk, etc. How could it be more pleasing than sweet potatoes? Holding it to warm your hands, eating it to warm your stomach, and thinking about how it can also warm your heart, right? Sweet Potato's face was red. A woman dressed up for her bosom friend. Previously, she had spent a lot of time putting on makeup, but it was worth it. A woman undressed for her bosom friend. Previously, when she wore beautiful and complicated clothes, she also liked it. Perhaps it was because they were too close and had been together for too long, but when Sweet Potato's clothes were taken off, Su Fengnian realized how good she was. It was beyond his imagination. Beneath him was a piece of mutton fat jade that emitted a sweet fragrance. A gentleman's virtue was like jade, and a woman's body was like jade. His fingers touched every inch of her body. Her body was sensitive and trembled incessantly. Like a fish in a pond caught in the crossfire, the pair of large twin peaks shook stubbornly. When he went down, it was muddy. Sweet Potato held her face with both hands, not daring to look at others. She also tried to suppress the soft moans that overflowed from her throat and mouth. Su Fengnian leaned over and bit her earlobe, whispering, "Do you want to end the bitterness and enjoy the sweetness?" Sweet Potato pulled his head down and squeezed it between her breasts. Every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. It was a pleasure between a man and a woman. However, for a woman, the first time was usually painful and unbearable. There was no physical pleasure to speak of. As for those who became more courageous the night they had their first taste, in Su Fengnian's opinion, they were either heroines or heroines. It was almost impossible. However, Sweet Potato, whose limbs were as taut as bowstrings, seemed to be at the peak of pleasure. The psychological pleasure clearly far overshadowed the pain. She no longer hid and stared hard at Su Fengnian, who was working on top of her. Her face was as red as a peach. Her legs and hands were wrapped around his slender body. Her fine black hair was scattered on the pillow, which set off her white and plump body. When Su Fengnian lay motionless on top of her, she licked his face with her nimble little tongue and asked provocatively, "Young master, are you okay?" "Don't ask such a question. Young master, whip this servant to your heart's content. Don't take pity on me. I'll definitely fulfill your wish." Every moment was worth 1,000 gold. By now, he had probably spent a few thousand gold. After the second time, he didn't feel tired. The woman under him was dripping with fragrant sweat, but there was still no sign of begging for mercy. Gradually, they were getting better. "Young master, this is the third time. This servant is really going to die. Now you know what it means to be in a state of ecstasy, hovering between life and death? Come on, turn over." The woman was weeping and complaining, her charming eyes like silk. "Young master, this position is embarrassing." There were no more words, only the sound of panting. Su Fengnian was like an old ox diligently plowing the fields. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and made a gesture of turning over and dismounting. The two sides looked at each other. Su Fengnian saw the messy finger marks on her chest. He held a plump bamboo shoot that was upside down in front of her chest and asked somewhat guiltily, "Does it hurt?" Sweet Potato asked in return, "Is young master tired?" Su Fengnian didn't puff himself up at his own cost. His 5 fingers slightly tightened and he exhaled a long breath. "Do you really think I'm invincible?" Sweet Potato murmured. Her head tilted back slightly and she stuck a finger into her mouth. Su Fengnian laughed and scolded, "You finally know what a disaster is." She suddenly sat up and put on her clothes. She said, "Young master, wait a moment." Su Fengnian didn't know what was going on. He could only turn around and lie down on his side. He watched as she opened a secret room, walked in, and came out a moment later. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. She put on a golden dragon robe. Under the golden robe was a scene of emptiness. Sweet Potato didn't walk to the big bed. Instead, she walked to the small couch by the window. She put her hands on the couch and bent over to turn her head. Then, she lifted her robe with one hand and smiled charmingly at young master. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, "Let me just die." Chapter 537. Sweet Potato recalled for a moment and said slowly, Generally speaking, the famous devils of northern Mang like to travel alone, and they won't take the initiative to fall out with the forces of the imperial court. Generally speaking, they will mind their own business. Plus, the laws of northern Mang are relatively lax, so there are very few cases of head-on confrontations. The reason why that devil fought with his life on the line wasn't because he was stubborn, but because Auntie had personally brought along a few martial arts experts to prevent him from escaping. Dunhuang City has 80,000 to 90,000 people. The soldiers guarding the city are called the Jin Wu Cavalry. They are all light cavalry, armed with short knives and light crossbows. They are not careless in night battles and street battles. Half of them are outside the giant immortal palace, and the other half are outside the city. Among them, there are 40 to 50 people who came from Jianghu. They are good at martial arts. They committed crimes outside and had no choice but to seek refuge in Dunhuang City. And also treated them with courtesy. Those who performed meritorious deeds were even rewarded with some older palace maids. It was not that they could not arrange more crossbowmen, but they were limited by the range. 100 people were enough. The remaining 900 cavalrymen were stationed at both ends of the street. 3 cavalrymen were side by side. In one round of charge, 20 cavalrymen were sent out from the east and west, led by a military officer with good martial arts. After the cavalrymen died in battle, waves of arrows were shot down from the roofs, not giving the demon a chance to breathe. The next batch of cavalrymen would stop firing their crossbows and recover their arm strength. There is a very important point. In addition to the 500 Jin Wu cavalry of the giant immortal palace, there are more than 30 Jin Wu soldiers. They are specifically targeted at the Wulin people who committed crimes in Dunhuang City. These people are not good at cavalry fighting, so ants secretly scattered them into the assault team. Each time, there are 2 or 3 people waiting for an opportunity to assassinate. There is also a group of them on the roofs. They are allowed to retreat. In this way, in the 6th cavalry charge, the demon died of exhaustion and was trampled into a pile of mud by the horse's hooves. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "This is very similar to the time when our Bailiang army fought against the sword emperor of Shishu who guarded the country's gate with only one sword. It was a 2-pronged attack by the cavalry and the men of sacrifice, alternating between light and dark. In addition, the imperial uncle was also determined to die. That was why the entire Jianghu was bitterly disappointed. Last time, Shenmen Cottage was short of a rank 1 master and their cooperation was not good enough. There were too few archers and they could not cause any substantial damage. Otherwise, I would not have been able to leave the mountain so easily. I'm very curious as to how the 9 swords of the Wu family defeated the Beimang's 10,000 cavalry 200 years ago. Are there any secret records in Dunhuang?" Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Auntie is a martial arts fanatic. Aside from her collection of weapons, she also has a few obscure secret manuals. She also likes to comment on the martial artists of the world. She writes them all down on paper, but I'm not really interested in them. I'll bring them out for you later." Su Fengnian joked, "Don't worry, I won't be leaving Dunhuang for a while. I want to see how a city operates, so there's no need to hide this matter." Sweet Potato hugged Su Fengnian's arm. That lump of weight was really shocking. She smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to fool you." Su Fengnian sighed and said, "This place is really like the imperial palace. I wonder what the biggest palace in the world looks like. If I had known, I would have asked Chao Zhangqing, who had entered the royal capital on his 4th attempt." Sweet Potato smiled and said, "There are palace maids and eunuchs here, but there aren't many, only a few hundred. It can't be compared to the imperial palace of Great Peace City. Great Peace City has a human cat Han Diaoxi who fought to the death with Chao Changqing 3 times. He's really a weirdo among eunuchs. In my giant immortal palace, the eunuchs are all useless, but the palace maids are all good-looking. Auntie used to be sisters with a secret concubine sect leader from the 4th of the 5 big sects, Princess Tomb. This sect is the biggest demonic sect in Beimang. They have a lot of women and are very good at bewitching men. They take yang to nourish yin, and the women they train are all peerless. Giant Immortal Palace's Dunhuang Flying Immortal Dance was born from Princess Tomb. Would you like to see it?" I've only heard of countless men going crazy after seeing it, but I've never heard of anyone who could make an old monk into a bodhisattva. That's why there's a saying about the dance of longevity. It means that whoever can be as unmoving as a mountain can be considered to have achieved longevity. Unfortunately, compared to Princess Tomb's dance of longevity, the Dunhuang flying immortal dance only has 30 to 40% of its essence. Su Fengnian said straightforwardly, "It'll be a waste if I don't see it. Even if there's no way to achieve longevity, it'll be good for the eyes." Sweet Potato smiled sweetly, and there wasn't any bitterness or coldness in the depths of her eyes. This was her cleverness and intelligence. Su Fengnian hugged her waist and leaped onto the high wall. They skimmed all the way until they chose the roof of a majestic palace on the central axis of Dunhuang City and lay down. Beside them was the corner of the eaves. After letting go, they looked up at the bright moon above their heads. Su Fengnian pointed and said softly, "When I was young, I asked people if there were immortals living on the moon. I asked everyone around me, and the answers were different. My mother said there were. As long as one ascended, they could live in the sky." Su Xiao wasn't serious. He also said there were. He even said that if it rained, it was the immortals' piss. Thunder was fart, and hail was excrement. At that time, whenever it rained, I didn't dare to go out. Second sister was the same as Master Li Yishan. They didn't believe in ghosts and gods, so they both said there were no immortals. Eldest sister liked to argue with second sister, but she insisted that there were immortals. One time during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she was angry with second sister. She hugged me and said that when she died, she would definitely watch me from the moon with her mother. She even deliberately said to second sister that she didn't believe in immortals and that she wouldn't be able to see her two younger brothers if she died. Second sister was so angry that she almost hit her. To be honest, I didn't understand why my two sisters always quarreled. At that time, I didn't know anything and liked to fan the flames. I was happy to see them glare at each other and puff their cheeks. You also know how proud second sister is. Only this kind of trivial family matter can make her angry. Whatever military affairs, national affairs, or worldly affairs, she calculates them as if they were playing chess. It was because she was indifferent that she was invincible. I remember that every time we had a snowball fight, I was with her. It was called grand. She tossed us around like we were marching into a war. We always returned victorious, but she never got tired of it. Once, I secretly stuffed a small snowball into the back of her collar. She chased me around half of the prince's mansion. Su Xiao didn't have the code of brotherhood and was just foolishly laughing. After second sister tidied me up, I chased after Su Xiao and killed half of the prince's mansion to vent my anger. Now that I think about it, how many fathers in the world are as sullen as Su Xiao? None, right? With such a disappointing son like me, it's already good enough that he didn't die from anger. After I turned 20, I didn't want to pursue any imperial ambitions. I only wanted to do two things well, to practice martial arts and to avenge my mother with my own hands. To command an army and give Su Xiao a lighter burden in his later years. Sweet Potato held Su Fengnian's slightly cold hand and didn't say anything to comfort him. Su Fengnian shook his head and laughed. It's good that he really ascended. I'm willing to believe in the one who rides the bull. Sweet Potato laughed softly. I heard that Hong Shixiang is the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu. Then, young master, you're the most powerful person in the world. You've beaten up Ancestor Lu's immortals, and often at that. Su Fengnian smiled. Sweet Potato turned sideways, one hand supporting her cheek, and two fingers of her other hand stroking her young master's eyelashes. She said softly, "Young master, your eyelashes are really long. I used to dream of touching them." Su Fengnian didn't stop her little action. He said, "Sweet Potato, when I leave Dunhuang, you also go back to Bailiang. Don't be a death warrior pawn. Be my concubine in the future." Su Xiao will also agree. He's good at one thing, and that's that he doesn't ask about anyone's background. Even Lu Qingyan, the woman from the Green Party, can do it. Can't you? Sweet Potato shook her head. This might be the first time in her life that she didn't agree. Su Fengnian turned around and frowned. Sweet Potato, who seemed weak but was unusually stubborn in her bones, blinked her eyes. How can a concubine like a marionette kill people? Su Fengnian said unhappily, You like killing people? She nodded without hesitation. Su Fengnian stared. Sweet Potato hid in his arms and whispered, Young master, do you like to be a prince of Baelyang just for show? Su Fengnian sighed and said, Putting yourself in my shoes, I understand the reason. But can't you let me be unreasonable? Sweet Potato curled up in his arms like a kitten. It's Sweet Potato who is unreasonable. I should listen to everything master says. Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He narrowed his eyes, which would make any woman envious. He patted Sweet Potato's round buttocks and ordered, Sit on me. After Sweet Potato sat on him, she looked confused and shy. She whispered, Young master, do you want to do it here? Su Fengnian said fiercely, What do you think? You know, Auntie said that I'm 70 to 80% similar to the Baimeng Empress when she was young. She took off her skirt and whispered in his ear, Young master, there's a dragon throne in the hall. Tomorrow, I'll wear the dragon robe and go there. Chapter 5:38. A fledgling young swordsman met a newly minted female swordsman. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat and could only beg the female swordsman to spare his life. After sending Sweet Potato back to rest, Su Fengnian did not expect to be able to do that kind of thing on the dragon throne in the palace in the next few days. Women had just broken out of their melons, so to have sex every day would be too ungentlemanly. Su Fengnian returned to the roof of the palace alone and sat in a daze. During this time, he nurtured his sword and Xian Lei. After that, he dripped his blood on the spring plum blossoms. After dawn, the morning glow slowly bloomed on the eastern horizon. Su Fengnian looked at the magnificent scene above the 9 heavens. At this moment, the melodious morning bell of the giant fairy palace rang out. For some reason, perhaps because the battle on Changle Peak had vented all his anger, Su Fengnian felt a surge of noble spirit in his chest. The flow of his qi was much faster than usual, especially when he stood up and saw with his own eyes that the morning glow between heaven and earth moved from east to west. When the ray of morning glow fell before his eyes, Su Fengnian sat cross-legged. His flying sword was exposed from his sleeves, and the flying sword's sword aura exploded. This flying sword, which was only of average quality among the 12 flying swords, flew out of his hand and spun happily without control. It was like a monster in a fantasy. After hundreds of years of arduous cultivation, it was enlightened in a single day. The sword embryo was complete. There was a sword coming from the east. Su Fengnian was wild with joy. He had worn out his iron shoes in vain, only to find what he was looking for without any effort. Immediately he did not need any qi to guide him. With a thought, the flying sword, Morning Dew, flashed and disappeared. Wherever his heart pointed, the sword would follow. After teasing for a long time, Su Fengnian's mind was filled with an unworthy thought. Damn it, I can finally nurture one less sword. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to put away his sword. He quietly sat where he was and watched the Morning Dew's flight path. His eyes gradually revealed an expression of shock. He tightly pursed his lips and gnashed his teeth. What a dongtai! The wonder of the flying sword does not lie in the flying sword itself. It does not even nurture the sword. It lies in the hidden sword technique. Su Fengnian self-deprecatingly said, If I had said it earlier, given my personality, I would have definitely racked my brain to find a shortcut. It's better not to say it. Su Fengnian raised his smiling face. His 5 fingers flipped and the flying sword circled around him. He looked like a delicate and naive girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. The more Su Fengnian watched, the more he wanted to laugh. This was probably the joy of practicing martial arts. On the path of martial arts, the heavens would not let down those who worked hard. If there were some more opportunities, there would be all kinds of glimmers of hope. There would be a pleasant surprise of jumping out of the well. Su Fengnian put the Morning Dew back into his sword pouch and jumped off the roof. He walked through the purple gold palace and returned to Qingqiuzhai. Using the only memory he had before he started practicing blade martial arts, he clearly recognized the layout of the palace courtyard from above. He would not get lost. Perhaps because of Sweet Potato's words, Some of the palace maids and eunuchs who had woken up early to work were very respectful. Although they did not kneel, they still stood with their heads lowered, not daring to take a second look. Seeing her leaning against the courtyard door waiting for his return, Su Fengnian was somewhat absent-minded. Sweet Potato said softly, "Young master, I have already prepared a bowl of plain porridge and a few side dishes according to your taste." Su Fengnian tapped her forehead. "Don't you know some ways to maintain your health? Don't you know how to slack off?" Sweet Potato smiled. "That is the life of the young ladies. I can't envy them, and I don't like it either. Being exposed to the wind will make you cold. Being exposed to the sun will make you heatstroke. Crying after reading a few lines of palace-made poetry is not the temperament of our Bailiang women." Su Fengnian finished his breakfast. In today's world, the rich usually ate 3 meals, while the poor ate 2. As for those who were qualified to raise palace maids and eunuchs, they were no longer wealthy in the ordinary sense. In this way, Sweet Potato, who could wear a dragon robe and play the role of an empress, was indeed much more wealthy than the young ladies. She single-handedly controlled the life and death of 70 to 80,000 people in Dunhuang City. In the end, when it came to Su Fengnian, she was still a maidservant. Su Fengnian really couldn't find anything to be discontent about. He came to the study room that was like being in the Bailiang Palace in Wutongan. The large red sandalwood table was filled with secret files that Sweet Potato had brought over and her aunt's handwritten handwriting. Su Fengnian saw a brass scroll painting. He glanced at Sweet Potato, who was standing beside him and grinding with her sleeves rolled up. He saw the corners of her mouth curl up. He opened it to take a look. As expected, it was a portrait that was obviously drawn by a court painter. She wore a bright phoenix crown and had the posture of a mother model. Su Fengnian went back and forth between the painting and Sweet Potato several times. He clicked his tongue and said, "It's really similar. The shape is 70.5, and the spirit is 60. Seeing Sweet Potato's burning gaze, Su Fengnian expressionlessly waved his hand and said, "Rest for 2 days." She tilted her head and smiled. Su Fengnian slapped her buttocks and said with a smile, "Virtue. Outside of Wutongan, you are unbearably wild. Wait until this young master restores his strength. Next time, I will definitely make you beg for mercy." Su Fengnian didn't touch the secret manuals that martial artists yearned for even in their dreams. His Tide Listening Pavilion didn't have enough of them. Those martial artists whose innate talents weren't lacking were like housewives who couldn't cook without rice. They didn't have a great teacher to guide them, nor did they have a master to guide them through the door, nor did they have a secret manual to help them enter the room. It was indeed difficult for them to move forward. Their heroic spirit was lacking, and it was difficult for them to make a name for themselves. However, these 2 things weren't rare for the children of influential families. On one hand, they didn't have enough willpower, and they couldn't bear the suffering of sailing against the current. On the other hand, a large part of it was because there were too many paths leading to higher realms, to the point where they didn't know where to start. Or perhaps they went astray. If they learned all kinds of martial arts and read all the secret manuals, it would instead be difficult for them to become a grandmaster. As for Su Fengnian, who was close to Wang Xinji, he knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. As a result, he had always picked secret manuals that were beneficial to his blade technique. Now that he had Wang Xinji's blade technique manual, he was even more undistracted. Su Fengnian was working so hard because he truly felt that if he didn't put his life on the line to practice martial arts, he wouldn't be able to face the fellow who had been sloppy and thieving with him and was still carrying a wooden sword. The next time they met, once his identity was discovered, wouldn't he be chopped to death by Wenhua's wooden sword? Chapter 539. Putting down the scroll, Meng Qi flipped through Aunt Sweet Potato's handwriting. It was obvious that the handwriting was the same as the heart of a raccoon's hair and the tip of an autumn rabbit's hair. It was said that words were born from the heart, but it was not very accurate. After all, there were countless people who could write well. However, if one were to add in the type of brush used, especially those who only used one type of brush, one could roughly guess it. This woman was indeed a fierce person who competed with the current Northern Mang Empress for the favor of the Empress. Although the strokes were strict and dignified in small regular script and were extremely particular about the rules and style, in terms of individual words, each stroke was as if it was carved into wood. Su Fengnian somewhat understood how she managed to teach a woman like Sweet Potato. Meng Qi slowly browsed through the handwriting. Most of the handwriting was about the famous deeds of the previous generation of Beimang Jianghu. Just reading the handwriting was enough to make Su Fengnian applaud. Sweet Potato considerately carried a pot of green ant wine shipped from Bailiang. Su Fengnian finally saw the Battle of the Nine Swords in the Wu family's sword tomb. Sweet Potato Ant also heard about it from hearsay. However, compared to ordinary people's exaggerated stories, the words of the second king of Dunhuang City were much more credible. She herself was a top martial arts master. The few hundred words she wrote shocked Su Fengnian. After reading it a few times, Su Fengnian was still not satisfied. He sighed and said, "So that's how it is." The two generations of the Wu family's sword tomb 200 years ago were known as the most amazing period of the sword tomb. There were 9 sword masters. 1 was at the celestial state, 2 were at the Shenfinger state, 1 was at the Vajra state, and the remaining 5 were at the master level. It was conceivable that if the Wu family was given another generation, even if 1 or 2 of them died of old age, they would still be able to achieve the unprecedented achievement of 5 first grades in one martial art. Su Fengnian only heard about the 9 swords of the Wu family going to Beimang from a guard servant. At that time, there was a swordsman in Beimang who claimed that there was no swordsman in the Central Plains. However, Su Fengnian did not take this statement seriously. Although the Wu family had always been arrogant and looked down on all the swordsmen in the world, no matter how impulsive they were, they would not go all out to Beimang. He once asked Li Chungang during his travels, but the old man with a sheepskin fur coat only said that the west sword led the east, and did not explain further. Based on the content written by Aunt Sweet Potato, Su Fengnian had a rough understanding of the situation. The 9 swords against the 10,000 cavalrymen were not fighting on their own. Instead, the most powerful person, the celestial state sword crown, would be the eye of the formation. The 8 of them would take turns to be the sword master and sword attendant, eventually forming a shocking sword-controlling formation. One could imagine the scene of the 10,000 cavalrymen tightly surrounding the 9 of them. The scene was bleak and bloody. Wave after wave of cavalrymen charging, in addition to thousands of flying swords decapitating the enemy. What kind of sword chi would it be? Su Fengnian exclaimed again and again. He leaned back in his chair and muttered to himself, "This sword formation can only be created by a top swordsman. It's impossible to use it on the battlefield. Can it be simplified like that set of fist techniques for riding a bull?" It seemed to be quite difficult. The Jianghu experts were already impatient with rules and regulations. Being a watchdog for the rich and powerful, they were only aiming for a stable martial path. Only fools would be willing to fight for their lives. However, it would be good if he could get the rough foundation of the sword formation. Where could he find it? The Wu family sword tomb? It seemed unrealistic. Would the Beimang royal court have secret documents? Even if they did, it would be even more unrealistic. It's not something that can be exchanged with gold or silver. Sweet Potato chuckled. If young master really wants it, you can use the men of sacrifice lurking in the royal court to do it. Su Fengnian shook his head. That's not taking human lives seriously. It's not worth it. Oh, Sweet Potato replied. Su Fengnian did not even raise his head. He continued to flip through the book and said, "Don't think about it. You're not allowed to join in the fun. Do you hear me?" Sweet Potato hummed softly in agreement. Su Fengnian raised his head and laughed angrily. "Don't play dumb with me." Sweet Potato's eyes were full of flirtatiousness. She wrinkled her small and delicate nose and said very childishly, "I know." In Su Fengnian's impression of her, other than scrupulously abiding by her duties as a maidservant, she was also like a meticulous sister. She was flawless and made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. The second-class maidservants in the courtyard had been with His Royal Highness for a long time. They knew that he was good-tempered, but he could be a little rascal and mischievous. Only Sweet Potato, who had never been angry or black-faced, and Bluebird, who had a cold temperament, had never crossed the line for more than 10 years. Su Fengnian lowered his head again. As he read, he suddenly withdrew his hand as if it was scalding. Curious, Sweet Potato took a closer look. The words, Toba, came into view. She smiled knowingly. Since he had come to Beimeng, how could he avoid this bodhisattva, the martial god? Moreover, young master had a life and death battle with Tuoba Chunsun. The 3 pages were all about this Beimeng god of war. According to the format of the handwriting, it was accumulated several times. Almost every time Tuoba made a breakthrough, the woman, the Dunhuang city lord, would write about her insights. Su Fengnian read it over and over again, tirelessly. Sweet Potato glanced at the dragon spitting out pearls engraved on the table. When it was lunchtime, she quietly left the room and quickly returned with a lunchbox. Su Fengnian randomly ate his food and continued to read the 3 pages of precious words. Sweet Potato moved a chair to sit beside him. Seeing a grain of rice at the corner of his mouth, she reached out to pick it up and put it into her own mouth. Su Fengnian did not mind. He had been with Sweet Potato for many years. It could be said that she was the one who cleaned up the mess of his first youthful semen. She had always been warm to his heart. Even last night's 2 plum blossoms came naturally. What was there to be pretentious about? Sweet Potato took the lunchbox and sat down. She said softly, "If I die today, will young master remember me for the rest of my life?" Su Fengnian calmly said, "Sweet Potato, if you dare to die, I dare to forget you completely. I mean what I say." Sweet Potato's eyes reddened, but she laughed heartily and said, "Young master is so heartless." This chapter was dedicated to the new top scorer, Gong Ziyu. Chapter 540. After the giant immortal palace in Dunhuang was forcibly split into 2, the palace maids and eunuchs sent to the Yeding Palace seemed to have been banished to the Cold Palace. They were not welcomed. Most of these people were small characters who were neither powerful nor favored. At first, there were some people who hoped to rely on speculation to gain status, so they took the initiative to transfer from the Zijin Palace to the Yeding Palace. Later, when they saw that the mysterious new master did not show any signs of moving in, their hearts immediately turned cold. They hurriedly stuffed money and red envelopes to the Imperial Household Department, and the opportunists returned to the Zijin Palace. Now, less than 100 people were left to guard the empty 2 palaces and 4 halls. In addition to the beautiful scenery of the Yujing Garden, they could only do some chores like tending the flowers and sweeping. There was no hope for them to gain anything. A few days ago, there was a female official who was careless and caused trouble for a small commander of the Jinwu Guards cavalry. She did not dare to say anything. If it were not for the fact that the commander, who was known by the whole city for his body odor, made a slip of the tongue after drinking and spreading it to the ears of the palace master of the Zijin Palace, he might have been defiled several times. The Yujing Garden was built to imitate the imperial gardens of the Central Plains. The city of Dunhuang was built on yellow sand. Just the water supply for this garden cost a huge amount of money. One could imagine how much pressure the demon Luo Yang had brought to Dunhuang. However, for the young eunuch, whether it was the new palace master of the Zijin Palace or the chief demon of the Beimeng Palace, who had never shown his face in the Yeding Palace, they were both terrifying and unreachable figures. He hoped that he would never see them again in his life. The child's surname was Tong. He was 12 or 13 years old and looked delicate and thin. When he entered the palace last winter, he took an old eunuch as his master and changed his name to Dong Shou. His family was extremely poor. His parents were sick and his sisters were about to starve to death. Poor children took charge of the household early, but they had no land and no skills. Even if they became beggars, how much food could they get back home? At that time, the child, who was only 9 years old, gritted his teeth and followed the method he had heard by accident. He was bleeding and fainted in the snow outside the northern gate of Xidigarba's original wish. He was seen by the old eunuch who went out of the palace to buy ingredients. He went back to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to plead for him. After much persuasion, the old eunuch used all the favors that he had carefully accumulated in his life to bring this poor child into the palace to be a young eunuch. Unexpectedly, the eunuch was not clean and only recovered after lying in bed for 3 months. He was then taken to the torture room to be cleansed again. The child almost did not make it through that winter. Fortunately, the old eunuch had some spare money and spent it on the child's upbringing. However, the old eunuch had no power, no influence, and no cliques. Dong Shou was originally doing odd jobs in the Purple Gold Palace's Imperial View Garden, so he naturally could not go to the Purple Gold Palace to earn money. Fortunately, the expenses in the palace were not high, and he could still send some of his salary out of the palace to his family. During this period of time, some of his salary would naturally be deducted by the eunuchs who had changed hands. The young eunuch Dong Shou was also content and did not have any complaints. He heard that his family had sold a younger sister, but his salary would be enough to support the entire family. Dong Shou only felt a little guilty. He thought that when he was successful in the future, he would endure 5 or 6 years to become a small leader and then save money to redeem his sister. The older young eunuchs in the Yeding Palace liked to tease him. The rules in the palace were strict and there were not many eunuchs. Other than working hard and conscientiously, they had no fun. They gathered in groups to gamble and gossip. Once they were discovered, they would be beaten to death. Moreover, the Yeding Palace was sparsely populated. It was like being raised by a stepmother. It was especially lifeless. The young eunuchs, who were naughty and mischievous, would play with the helpless Dong Shou from time to time. They did not dare to do it openly. Usually, like today, they would call him to the shadows of the Yujing Garden, take off his pants, and step on him. 5 or 6 young eunuchs laughed and left. Dong Shou silently put on his pants and patted the dust away. He leaned against the rockery and gasped in pain. The rockery behind him was called Dui Chun Mountain. His master said that it was made of stones found from the spring deity lake in the Dongyue dynasty. There were precious trees planted on the mountain that were evergreen all year round, so it was called Dui Chun Mountain. The stone path under his feet was inlaid with various colored cobblestones to form the 3 characters of Fu, Lu, and Shou. He only knew these 3 characters now. He estimated that he would be like this for the rest of his life. At most, he would add the character Dong in his name. He originally wanted to ask his master how to write the character Tong in his surname. The old eunuch coldly said that since he had entered the palace, he should not remember these useless things. After that, Dong Shou gave up and began to completely regard himself as a member of the palace. Dong Shou walked a few steps and could not bear the pain. He bent down to rest for a while. Thinking that he still had to secretly cut and water some flowers and trees for his master, he endured the pain and moved forward. He suddenly stopped and saw a handsome person in purple standing at the entrance of Dui Chun Mountain. The person looked more spirited than the Jinwu guards. As for the robe, it was unimaginably beautiful and noble. Dong Shou hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects. Su Fengyan looked at this young eunuch. This was the second time he had met this young eunuch. The first time, he was sitting on a tree and enjoying the scenery. He saw the youth sneaking around the garden and going to the top of Dui Chun Mountain. He looked out of the palace and secretly cried. Su Fengyan flatly said, "Don't kneel. I am not a member of the palace." The young eunuch was stunned for a moment. His face turned pale. He hurriedly got up and grabbed the man's sleeve. He nervously said, "Hurry up and leave. If you are caught, you will be beheaded." Su Fengyan smiled and asked, "Why don't you ask someone to catch me?" Dong Shou seemed to be confused. After hesitating for a moment, he still shook his head. He realized that one of his hands might have dirted the man's sleeve. He hurriedly retracted his hand. His expression was still flustered. He lowered his voice and begged, "Hurry up and run. If you are caught, it will be too late." Su Fengyan said, "Don't worry. I am a stonemason from Yujing Garden. I am responsible for repairing Dui Chun Mountain. It is this rockery behind you." Dong Shou stared at him for a while. It did not seem like he was lying. He felt relieved. Su Fengyan asked, "Why were you beaten?" Dong Shou became nervous again. He instinctively stuttered, No, I was just playing with a friend." Su Fengyan sarcastically said, "Friend? A small eunuch also has a friend?" Dong Shou's face turned red and then white. He did not know what to do. Su Fengyan shook his head slightly and asked, "You are called Dong Shou? The senior eunuchs in the palace gave you a shabby name. But I guess your master is also a good-for-nothing. Dong Shou was angry for the first time. He still stuttered, You are not allowed to talk about my master like that. Su Fengyan squinted and said, I already said it. What can you do? Hit me? I am a stonemason invited to work in the palace. Can you afford to offend me? Do you believe that your master will be kicked out of the palace and starve to death together? When the time comes, don't be called Dong Shou. Just call him Xia Si. Dong Shou suddenly cried and knelt down. He no longer stuttered. He kowtowed and said, Dong Shou is not sensible. I offended the stonemason. You can hit me, but don't implicate my master. The small eunuch quickly kowtowed on the cobblestone floor. It happened to be the word, shou. Su Fengyan saw Sweet Potato coming over from the corner of his eye. He waved his hand to signal her not to come closer. He said slowly, Get up. I'm here to work. I won't lower myself to your level. The small eunuch still did not dare to get up. He continued to kowtow, Stonemason is magnanimous. It is good that you beat me to vent your anger. I will only dare to get up when I have vented enough. Su Fengyan said angrily, Get up. Not to mention the small eunuch, even Sweet Potato, who was in the distance, was shocked. Dong Shou stood up timidly. He did not dare to wipe the blood off. It flowed down between his eyebrows and down his cheeks. Su Fengyan reached out to wipe it with his sleeve. The small eunuch stepped back. Seeing him frown, he did not dare to hide anymore. He was afraid that all his previous efforts would be wasted and that he would anger the stonemason again. Chapter 541. After wiping away the bloodstains, the two of them were momentarily speechless. Su Fengyan did his best to put on a pleasant expression. Go do what you need to do. The young eunuch trembled as he left. After walking far away, he quietly turned around and saw the purple-clothed stonemason. Su Fengyan smiled. I'll just walk around and take a look. Don't worry about me. Following that, Dong Shou went to prune the flowers and plants that were much more valuable than his life. When he accidentally saw the stonemason pluck a flower, he endured the fear in his heart and cried out that this was a crime punishable by execution. Then the stonemason said that he was a stonemason and that it didn't matter. As a result, Dong Shou worked for 2 hours and cried no less than 6 times. Fortunately, the Imperial View Garden occupied a large area and no one paid attention to the situation in the flowerbed. Dong Shou felt that his courage had been broken and his teeth were chattering incessantly. However, he didn't have the courage to call for someone to take this purple-clothed man away. Although the stonemason spoke lightly, he felt that if he was caught committing such a crime, he would definitely be beheaded in public. In the past 2 years, every time he saw a dying chick fall from a nest in a tree, he would grieve for a long time. How could he bear to kill a living person? Afterwards, Dong Shou was struck by lightning by the scene in front of him. The stonemason walked to the side of a brocade-clothed woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly and chatted happily. Having an affair with a female official in the palace was a crime punishable by death. Dong Shou closed his eyes and muttered, I didn't see anything. Nothing at all. Su Fengyan walked back to the young eunuch and smiled. What was your surname and given name before you entered the palace? Dong Shou wanted to speak but hesitated. Su Fengyan waited quietly. Dong Shou lowered his head and said softly, Tong Guan. Guan as in money. Su Fengyan nodded and smiled. The name is very good. Dong Shou quickly raised his head and asked in high spirits, Really? Su Fengyan said in all seriousness, Really? In Liang, there was a destroyed southern Tang. There was once a great eunuch called Tong Guan. He had a great background and became the prime minister. Dong Shou was confused. Su Fengyan sat on the grass near the lake. Behind him was a beautiful field of flowers. He explained, Normally, when a man becomes the grand secretary or prime minister, he is called Gong Xiang. Actually, there is no such thing as superfluous. But that Tong Guan, who shares the same name as you, is too powerful. As a eunuch, he has the same authority as the prime minister. That is how the title of Gong Xiang and Gong Xiang came into existence. The young man secretly grinned, feeling very proud. Su Fengyan changed the topic and asked, Do you know that Duichuan Mountain is the place where the Dunhuang Castellan ascended during the Double Ninth Festival? The young eunuch said blankly, I've never heard my master mention it. Su Fengnian smiled and said, in the future, when you miss home, you can go there and look outside the palace. The young eunuch blushed. Su Fengnian asked, if one day you become a great eunuch, what will you do? Dong Shou said shyly, send a lot of money to my parents and sister outside the palace. And? To show filial piety to master. It's gone? I don't think so. Tell me the truth. Kill those eunuchs who laughed at my master. Those who bullied you? Kill them all. Skin them alive and pull out their tendons. Unknowingly, he revealed his thoughts. Remembering his master's teachings, the young eunuch was suddenly horrified and remorseful. He did not dare to say another word. Su Fengnian looked at the lake and said lightly, don't be afraid. This is what a man should say and do. I don't have time to be apologetic with a young eunuch like you. Dong Shou lowered his head and said, am I a man? Su Fengnian smiled and said, it's fine as long as you know it. The clouds were light and the wind was light. Sweet potato did not disturb them. In the next few days, Su Fengnian, in addition to reading the writings and similar records about Dunhuang, would go to Yujing Garden to get some fresh air and chat with the young eunuch when he was free. Gradually, Dong Shou was no longer reserved and timid. He became more lively and lively. The two of them chatted casually. A woman's temper is directly related to the size of her breasts. If you don't believe me, think about the situation of the palace maids around you. Isn't this the truth? Oh, it seems to be true. Then which palace maid sister do you think has the heaviest breasts? Of course it's the palace maid sister Qixue. Her face is very beautiful. Those Jinwu horsemen on duty can't take their eyes off her every time. Hey, I'm about the same, but it's just a thought. Well, there's also Sister Xiu who works in Qinrui Palace. Her breasts might be bigger, but she's not as beautiful as Qixue. Then you like big ones? No, I think it's not good to have big breasts. It's better to have small breasts. They're so heavy that they'll burst their clothes. I feel tired for them. The face is still the most important thing. You're still young. You don't understand. Sir Stonemason, can you tell me? Why would a young eunuch like you know this? Are you worried? There's food and drink. What's there to worry about? I don't think about things between men and women. In fact, I know that there are palace eunuchs and palace maids who are quite pitiful. Are they as pitiful as you? Dong Shou, you only know sigh. Hee, you're ignorant. I don't know what to say. There's nothing I can do about it. The last meeting was very short. It was at dusk. Su Fengnian said, the matter is done. We're leaving the palace. The young eunuch didn't want to cry, but he couldn't hold back. Soon he burst into tears. Then he asked him to wait for a while. He ran away in a hurry. When he came back, he handed Su Fengnian a money bag and begged him to give it to his family outside the palace. Su Fengnian asked, aren't you afraid that I'll be greedy? The young eunuch shook his head and said, I know that Sir Stonemason isn't such a person. Su Fengnian threw the money bag back and smashed it on his face. He scolded, what do you know? What if it's embezzled or forgotten by me? Can your family starve for a month? Dong Shou picked up the money bag. He felt wronged and at a loss. He began to sob again. Su Fengnian touched his head and said softly, in the future, don't trust anyone so easily. However, once you've set your mind on something, you have to do it well. Give me the money bag. I promise I'll deliver it to you. Dong Shou wiped his tears and handed over the money bag with a happy smile. Su Fengnian turned to leave. After thinking for a while, he turned around and ordered, go break a flower branch and bring it over. The young eunuch was conflicted. In the end, he gathered his courage and went to break a branch. Su Fengnian squatted on the ground and wrote 2 words on the ground with the branch. He raised his head. Dong Shou's voice trembled with excitement. He asked carefully, Tong Guan? After Su Fengnian got up, he broke the flower branch section by section and threw it into the lake. He rubbed the young eunuch's head with all his strength. The young eunuch cried and laughed. Su Fengnian walked straight away. When he turned the corner, he saw Sweet Potato standing gracefully. Sweet Potato asked softly, "Should I arrange a stable yamen for the little guy or throw him into a pot of oil and fry him?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "There's no rush. Let's wait for another 2 years. If his temperament hasn't changed, we'll find someone to teach him how to read and then send him to the sutra depository. He'll read the secret manuals freely. Don't try too hard and spoil his growth. What happens next will depend on his own luck." Sweet Potato nodded. By the lake, the young eunuch picked up some branches near the lake and stuffed them into his sleeve. He was about to throw them into the bottomless and narrow holes on Mount Duichuan. He returned to the 2 words, Tongguan, and squatted down to look at it again and again. He memorized it in his mind. When he was about to wipe it away, he still couldn't bear to do so. After thinking for a while, he took out a thorny branch and deeply carved 2 small words on his palm. He squatted there in a daze. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said, "If I had known, I would have begged my benefactor to teach me how to write the word dong." The young eunuch slapped his face hard. "Don't be ungrateful." He stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes were firm. The young man loosened his fists and looked down. He muttered, "Tong Guan. Thank you to the new top scorer and the adorable Xiao San." Chapter 542. Before 12 o'clock a.m., Chapter 2. Before 4 o'clock a.m., Chapter 3. Is there a 4th chapter? To be determined. The Zijin Palace had a temple of discipline that overlooked the entire city. The top floor was a library. Outside the building, there was a stone carving of a dragon spitting water. Sweet Potato's aunt had planted 5 crabapple trees. Su Fengnian had moved from the Qingming courtyard to the library in the Temple of Discipline for the past few days. He often stood by the window for hours. Sweet Potato could live leisurely in Wutong Garden like a koi swimming in water, but she definitely could not do so in Dunhuang. Now, 70 to 80,000 people had to look up to her. She was like a young empress ruling from behind a curtain. Although she had a group of capable female officials from the Zijin Palace to help her deal with political affairs, the entanglement of Dunhuang's various powers was a mess. Everything needed her to make a final decision. Fortunately, Su Fengnian did not let her stick to his side. There was no wall in the world that did not have a crack. Even if this wall was the wall of the emperor's house, it could not be concealed. From time to time, Su Fengnian, who was secretly wandering around the palace, felt an undercurrent surging. The tendrils extended outwards and then fed back into the palace. Su Fengnian did not know if this was the norm for Giant Immortal Palace and Dunhuang. When he asked Sweet Potato, she said that Dunhuang had always been under her aunt's control. When the devil Luo Yang was outside the city, Dunhuang was like a plate of loose sand. The powers that were indebted to her aunt all watched as she left the city alone and returned with heavy injuries. After Luo Yang left, she did some icing on the cake. As for the common people, most of them saw it as a matter of course. You are the lord of Dunhuang City. If you don't take action, who will? If you die, it's just a change of master. If the city is breached, no matter how much Luo Yang kills the innocent, 70 to 80,000 people will not be able to kill us, right? If we change masters, at the very least, everyone will suffer together. It's better than standing out and being slaughtered by the devil. Su Fengnian laughed when he heard this answer. At that time, Sweet Potato asked, if one day Baoyang's 300,000 steel cavalry failed to defend the northwestern border, and the millions of Baoyang citizens surrendered without a fight, or even surrendered to Beimang and turned against Baoyang's army, would young master's heart turn cold? Su Fengnian asked, what would you do if you were me? Sweet Potato brushed her lips with her finger and said with a smile, if this servant is like you, the king of Baoyang, and such a thing really happens, it's fine if I don't see it. If I see one, I'll kill one. Su Fengnian sighed and said, you being the master of Dunhuang City is a bit of a waste of talent. Sweet Potato mentioned that 500 li to the north of Jinsi province were the ruins of the Wu family's 9 Swords massacre of 10,000 cavalry. Su Fengnian then had the thought of leaving the city. That night, on the dragon throne in Giant Immortal Palace's main hall, she wore a dragon robe and sat high up on the dragon throne, assuming the posture of a monarch overlooking the world. If an older important official of Northern Mang's imperial tent saw this scene, They would only mistake it for the empress regaining her youth. It was late spring, and the night was absurd. Fortunately, there was no morning court in Dunhuang City. Before dawn, they returned to the Qingfeng courtyard and took a bath together. Su Fengnian was helped by her to put on the Black Mountain Scholar's white robe. He carried the bookcase on his back. Sweet Potato circled the robe twice to check for flaws and fill in the gaps. She only wanted to be perfect. When she couldn't find any fault, she said with a look of pity, "You look like a scholar with a mind full of poetry and books. It's very nice, but the purple python robe is even better." Su Fengnian patted the spring and autumn sword and said softly, "Don't send me off." Sweet Potato shook her head and said, "Send him to the Gate of Wishes." When they arrived outside the gate of Xidagarba's Gate of Wishes, Sweet Potato said that she wanted to send him 10 li away. Su Fengnian said helplessly, "If you send him off like this, we'll just go straight back to Bailiang." Sweet Potato carefully groomed Su Fengnian again and asked, "You really don't want the Night Jade Lion? Even if you're afraid of being too eye-catching, you can just find a good steed to ride on. If you get impatient, you can just throw it away." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "We still don't know who's going to take care of who. Walking is still the easiest. Once we've developed feelings for each other, I can't bear to throw it away just like that." Sweet Potato said softly, "Take care, young master." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "You should also return to Bailiang as soon as possible." "I'll still say the same thing. I don't care how important Dunhuang City is in Bailiang's plans, I want you to live well." Sweet Potato lowered her eyebrows and said, "I understand." Su Fengnian thought for a moment and continued, "Watch the little eunuch Tong Guan from the sidelines for another 2 or 3 years. After that, send him to the House of Imperial Edict. You'll have to spend more effort on this child's literacy and martial arts foundation building. You can say that you'll be free to raise him, but you can't completely ignore him and leave him to fate." Sweet Potato smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master. Dong Shou will definitely surprise Dunhuang City in the future. There are a few secret manuals in the Sutra Depository that are suitable for him to practice. He's lucky." Su Fengnian nodded and said in a low voice, "I hope there's one more person in the world who works hard. The heavens won't let him down. Let's go." Su Fengnian turned around and waved his hand with his back facing Sweet Potato, who was dressed in embroidered robes and whose sleeves were as big as hibiscus. Chapter 543. Chapter 3, Around 3 a.m. Chapter 4. Try to get there before 6 in the morning. Although Dunhuang City was built on desolate yellow sand, because it was unique within a radius of 100 li, it was worthy of being called a city of living water. There were many merchants coming in and out of the city frequently. There were no less than 5,000 to 6,000 people coming and going every day. In addition, there was the holy land of Buddhism outside the city, Saiji Buddha Cave. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, believers would go out of the city to burn incense. It was a grand scene that filled the city. Today was the last 15th day of the late spring season. If it was in the past, the main road of the South Gate would be densely packed, but today there were surprisingly few people. There were only a few hundred devout pilgrims, and none of them had brought their families with them. On both sides of the street, there were peddlers who had woken up early to shout, selling scallion pancakes, snacks, and some coarse yellow incense paper. The Yuan family, which was second to none in Dunhuang City, was blind enough to run away from marriage and elope with him. The Yuan family, which was one of the wealthiest families in Dunhuang City, was magnanimous and did not pursue the matter. The beautiful woman, who was so stubborn, really did marry this out-of-the-way scholar. Her father, who was almost fuming with anger, was worried about his daughter. He was afraid that she would suffer hardships, so he secretly gave her a lot of dowry. Unexpectedly, this man was rather useless. He was talented, but he was not capable of making a name for himself. Moreover, he was neither high nor low. The big restaurant was turned into a wine shop, and in the end, it became a small wine shop. The woman was disheartened. Finally, the onlookers felt very satisfied and left him. She remarried to the Duanmu family, who was well-matched in social status. The husband and wife were very happy. That young Master Duanmu, who had a beautiful woman in his arms, even came to the wine shop to drink. He did not bring any servants or maids with him. He was gentle and refined, showing the elegance of a scholar. It was said that he only said a few words of courtesy, saying that he had heard the wine shop man's poetry before and was very impressed by him. The woman was disheartened. Finally, the onlookers felt very satisfied and left him. She remarried to the Duanmu family, who was well matched in social status. The husband and wife were very happy. That young Master Duanmu, who was sitting on a beautiful woman, even came to the wine shop to drink. He did not bring any servants or maids with him. He was gentle and refined, showing the elegance of a scholar. It was said that he only said a few words of courtesy, saying that he had heard the wine shop man's poetry before and was very impressed. The woman was disheartened. Finally, the onlookers felt very satisfied and left him. She remarried to the Duanmu family, who was well matched in social status. Later on, the woman would occasionally burn incense and enter the city of Dunhuang, but she would always ride a splendid carriage with 4 golden horses. Busybodies had never seen her lift the curtain to look at her former lover, who was in dire straits. Presumably, she was really heartbroken. The man who came here to freeload the food stepped on a chair, finished a bowl of porridge, and then handed another bowl over. Everyone says that people who eat other people's mouths are soft, but this guy casually lectured him. Su Pu, it's not that I want to criticize you, but if you sold incense here, you would have made a lot of money already. Hey, when the time comes, I'll go burn incense and pray to Buddha, and I'll get a lot of money. When Bodhisattva sees my sincerity, I guarantee that all my wishes will come true. When I'm rich, won't it be easier for me to support you? The middle-aged man with a tranquil expression took the big white bowl and filled a bowl of porridge for this one of his few friends. He shook his head and said, 3 incense sticks are enough. To worship Buddha, Dharma, and Buddhist monks, the amount of incense doesn't matter. The sloppy man who took the white bowl glared at him and said, You're so inflexible and reasonable. Your wife left because she was angry at you. Look at you, you have a silly woman who doesn't want rouge, face powder, and exotic delicacies, but is willing to suffer with you in the cold, in the sun, and in the cold, together with you. You don't know how to cherish her, and you don't know how to make progress. You deserve to be laughed at and poked at behind your back. The man took a stool and sat at the door. He looked at the slightly deserted street and frowned. The sturdy man behind him was still nagging. If it weren't for the fact that my father received your prescription to save his life, he wouldn't be willing to suffer with you. You say, since you know some medical skills, it's good to be a half-baked doctor under the guise of practicing medicine to help the world. There's a shortage of doctors in Dunhuang, and a lot of people are willing to be cheated, as long as you don't treat people to death. Hey, I'm talking to you, Su Pu. In any case, you should at least say a few words. Fine, I don't have anything to say to a taciturn person like you. Let's go, let's go. I'll take care of those wild ducks I hunted. Fairweather friends were particular about not exposing scars and not slapping faces. More icing on the cake, less providing charcoal in snowy weather. It could be seen that this person was either heartless or really treated the shabby wine shop owner as a friend. The middle-aged man suddenly asked, Why are there so few people going out of the city to burn incense today? Let me tell you, the giant immortal palace is restless today. After the battle with the great demon Luo Yang, the old city lord has already passed away and ascended to immortality. This is a fact that even a 3-year-old child knows. Now it's obvious that there's a rebellion. I'm afraid only that little girl doesn't know about it. There's news that the 500 golden guards in the Mao family's hands outside the city are about to kill their way into the city and go straight to the purple gold palace to drag that little girl down from the dragon throne. I think there's an 80 to 90% chance that this matter will succeed. A little girl in her 20s is the city lord of Dunhuang. If word gets out, it's a disgrace. The man asked, Aren't there 500 golden guards stationed outside the city? The hunter was unwilling to answer this kind of childish question. He really couldn't hold back his words, so he said, Do you think those Mao family, Duanmuyuan, and the other clans are all blockheads? Even if you use your butt to think, you can know that these guys must have spent money to send women to the officials. Among those 500 riders, there must be a lot of guys who are not of the same mind as the palace. In addition, the 500 riders outside are going to kill their way into the city. Even a small commoner like me knows that I can't stop them. However, these are all tricks of the big shots. If they die, they die. Those who are born rich and have nothing to do with us. Just wait and see. Before long, there will definitely be golden guards rushing into the city. The middle-aged man sank into deep thought and prepared to close the shop. The hunter stepped out of the door with a gratified expression. Su-Poo, this time you finally have some brains. You know to close the door and watch the fun. The man smiled and didn't say anything. Only after the hunter had walked far away did he whisper, "Join in the fun." He saw that not long after the hunter ran back with many pilgrims in a sorry state. Only then did he close the last door. The hunter ran until he was out of breath. He hurriedly said, "Why haven't you hidden yet? Quick, 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 come in. Let me hide for a while." His mother, there's a young man whose head was kicked by a donkey. He's blocking the city gate. It seems like he wants to fight the 500 riders head-on. He's crazy. How many? The man asked. The hunter cursed, "That young man is courting death. Just one." The man who had already taken a step forward thought for a moment and asked, "Is he going to use a saber or a sword?" Chapter 544. Chapter 4, around 6:00 in the morning. Mao Ro gritted her teeth in hatred when she saw how arrogant this young swordsman was. If it was in the past, she would have tied him up on the bed and pampered him. However, now that they were on the battlefield, she was only left with a bone-deep anger. She said the word "kill" several times in a row. The warhorse galloped forward like thunder. Su Fengnian did not stop rolling the dragon wall. Although he could not achieve a sword aura like Old Man Li, he had comprehended the sleeve of Azure Dragon during the battle of life and death with Tuoba Chunsun on the grassland. His sword aura rolling the dragon wall became more and more genuine. His figure was like a fish swimming in the tide. When he met the first batch of cavalry charging, he used the spring and autumn movement to split a man and a horse in half. Then he ran horizontally, ignoring the iron spears. Relying on the surging true energy of the mirage, he had the idea of a protracted battle. He did not insist on killing people, but on seeing horses. Heavy cavalry were invincible in a battle on horseback, but dismounting to fight on foot would be a burden. The charging warhorse formation was like a line of tide. When Su Fengnian broke through the tide, more than a dozen riders were thrown off their horses. Under the second wave of iron spears, they only retreated slightly before charging again. His figure was free and unfettered with sword aura. It was like the calligraphy of a painting master. Mao Ro, who was sitting high up with a spear, was gnashing her teeth. It seemed that in just a few blinks of an eye, the Mao family had invested so much effort and enough gold and silver to form a small mountain. Almost 20 people had died. Once they fell off their horses, their heads would be cut off by the scholarly swordsman's sword aura, or their armor would be torn apart by his sword aura. They would die without a complete corpse. It was as if her muscles were being cut off. She really wanted to stomp on that handsome little bastard's crotch and ask, "Do you know that it's easy for this old lady to raise these armored cavalry as if they're my own sons? Is it easy?" Mao Ro quickly calmed down. Let alone killing one person with 500 cavalrymen, even if 300 cavalrymen went up against a first-stage Vajra realm martial artist, the latter would most likely be exhausted to death. However, there was an important prerequisite for this. After 100 or 200 people died, the formation wouldn't be messed up and their courage wouldn't be shattered. They wouldn't be defeated and scattered. Mao Ro had a lot of confidence in this point. These 500 cavalrymen of the Jinwu Guards were equivalent to Mao's personal guards. She had trained them for 1,000 days and attached great importance to actual combat and reward and punishment. She often took them out to kill bandits and horse thieves. Against the former, light cavalry and light cavalry, the latter, heavy cavalry and light cavalry, mixed together to kill. Every time they returned from a successful mission, not to mention wine and meat, as long as they dared to fight with their lives on the line, Mao Ro had the courage to spend money to invite those courtesans from the brothels in Dunhuang to the barracks and reward them. Frustrated, Mao Ro let out a long breath and said viciously, "You little swordsman, after you die, I will stomp your body into meat paste with my iron hooves." Mao Ro shouted, "Don't give him a chance to breathe, use the horse to ram him to death." Whoever stabs him first, I will reward him with all the courtesans in the city and let him play with them for 3 days and 3 nights until all 3 of your legs go soft. Whoever stabs him to death first, I will personally go into battle and give that lucky bastard a blowjob." The eyes of the Jinwu guards were bloodshot. Su Fengnian was expressionless. He controlled his sword with one hand to take the head and the other hand to kill the enemy at close range. Mao Rou looked at the soul-stirring one-sided slaughter on the battlefield and sneered, "Pull back 30 steps and throw your spears. Pick them up and come back later." The semicircular cavalry formation tangled with Su Fengnian immediately retreated. The second wave of cavalry threw out their spears in an instant. These spears were not as easy to deflect as arrows from 100 steps away. To be able to become a heavy cavalry, one's physical strength was not ordinary. Thus, every shot could be said to be powerful and heavy. Su Fengnian did not stop moving his sword and cut into the enemy's formation. He held 2 spears that brushed past his shoulders and spun them in his hands. The 2 spears were like mirror-like round shields, deflecting all the spears that came close to him. After a wave of throwing, Su Fengnian held his spear and threw it back with both hands. Immediately, 2 cavalry soldiers fell off their horses. Their armor was penetrating. Mao Rou was shocked. At this point, she was actually starting to feel numb. She ordered coldly, "Surround him." This vicious and merciless female general sneered in a low voice, "I don't believe you can do what the Wu family did 200 years ago. How can one person create a sword formation?" Mao Rou glanced at the 5 cavalry captains beside her and tilted her chin. The 5 cavalrymen began to quietly charge forward with their spears. 60 cavalrymen in a circle tried their best to avoid the terrifying flying sword. Then, they threw their spears at the same time from 30 steps away. Su Fengnian's hands formed a circle. Unexpectedly, the spears rotated with it. His left hand brushed past, and 60 spears shot out in the opposite direction. Although these heavy cavalrymen were slower than the light cavalrymen when they were stationary, they were not straw mats. Apart from a dozen or so large arrows that were too tricky and pierced the cavalrymen to death, the rest were only scratched or deflected. However, the innermost layer of the circle began to show signs of breaking. In an instant, 6 cavalry captains who had reached the top of the Golden Guards rushed out from the gap and threw their spears at the same time. One of them had half his face cut off by the spring in autumn flying sword and fell off his horse. The second horse still fiercely rammed into the terrifying swordsman's chest. Unexpectedly, the swordsman only slid back a few steps and stopped his body. Fortunately, one of the cavalrymen rammed into him from the side and sent him flying. Another officer seized this rare opportunity and chopped down with his saber. Finally, there was blood. This group of Golden Guards who had been fighting until now almost had tears of joy in their eyes. The valiant officer who had chopped down the scholarly swordsman's shoulder felt his heart burn. Just as he was about to push all his energy into his saber and cut off the young swordsman's arm, he saw a pair of emotionless feminine eyes. In the next moment his saber was knocked away and he was pulled off his horse. His neck was twisted with both hands. Su Fengnian threw down the bloody head and body. The corner of his mouth twitched. Mao Rou said in a deep voice, "Officer Tang Kong died in battle. The compensation is 50 taels of gold. His son is allowed to enter the Mao family's private school to study. After he turns 20, he will immediately enter the Golden Guards and take up the position of officer." The Mao family's promise. This was a golden signboard that was heavier than gold and silver. This was also the foundation that allowed the Mao family to maintain a high position of power in Dunhuang City. The morale of the army was once again raised. Su Fengnian held the spring and autumn sword and began to run in a straight line toward the Mao family woman who gave the order. The half-formed golden thread and the perfected morning dew finally came out of the sword pouch. Wherever they went, beads of blood bloomed from the necks of the cavalrymen on both sides. Mao Rou narrowed her eyes. This time, she did not retreat. Chapter 545. Chapter 4. Sweet Potato, who was standing outside the palace gate, had her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were wet and red, and her fingers were like hooks. She seemed to have turned into a demon. Even when her aunt died, she wasn't like this. A middle-aged man carrying a familiar book box appeared out of nowhere and shook his head at her. Sweet Potato's clothes gradually stopped moving. On the battlefield, everyone saw the man in red smile and then said, "Don't worry, I didn't kill all 500 Jinwu guards. I only killed 200 cavalry." After killing Mao Ro, the 300 cavalry ran away. Just by killing 200 cavalrymen. Inside the carriage, Mao Rui's old heart was about to burst. The 500 Jinwu guards outside the city were the blood, sweat, and tears of the Mao family for several generations. After Mao Ro took control of the army, she stood her ground against the objections of the masses and decided that the light cavalry should be heavy cavalry. The calculations, sacrifices, and price involved in this decision were not something that could be explained in a few words. "You, who had suffered 1,000 cuts, told this old man that you killed 200 cavalry?" Mao Rui jumped out of the carriage and ran to hug his daughter's head in front of everyone. He didn't care about his face and sat on the ground and cried. Although Mao Ro was still a step away from the second-level master realm, everyone knew that it was 100 times harder for a woman to reach the second level than a man. However, as long as one stepped into the second-level threshold, the speed at which one climbed up the martial path was often shocking. Moreover, Mao Ro was the backbone of the Mao family for the next 30 years. Her death was no less painful than losing 200 cavalry, or even more painful. A family, if they wanted to continue their good fortune, they still had to rely on 1 or 2 children who could stand up and support the family. How could Mao Rui, who had to send off his children, not be heartbroken? During this time, there were a few strange and playful looks from people like Lu Wu who knew the dirty inside story of Dunhuang. Mao Rui was addicted to sex and didn't care about sex. He was mocked as a fish in a book about sex. Mao Ro was over 30 years old and still hadn't married. It seemed like the father and daughter were having an affair. However, after the teasing, Lu Wu and Tao Yong tacitly looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The anger of an ordinary man wasn't worth mentioning. However, when this martial artist was close to the first level, no one could underestimate him. Why did the Beimeng Jia family spare no effort to hire and support these people? Wasn't it because they wanted to intimidate the weak and subdue the enemy without fighting? For a lunatic like this who was willing to fight against 500 cavalrymen for a woman, Lu Wu believed that he would be willing to give away both his wife and concubines, as long as that blood-stained young man took a liking to them. Those Wulin, uncultured people who were attracted by gold and silver were already scared out of their wits. They couldn't be compared to those clans who had formed a group and wandered the Jianghu alone. If they died, they would die in vain. No one would collect their bodies. Their weapons, banknotes, and secret manuals would all be plundered. This time they entered the city to fight for riches and honor under the premise that victory was in the bag, not to be a sacrificial lamb and throw away their lives. For a moment, the 70 to 80 people who were left after fighting with the Jinwu guards became restless, thinking of retreating. Some people who were friends with each other were on guard against unfamiliar faces. They began to whisper to each other, calculating the pros and cons. Lu Wu had the demeanor of a great general. He urged his horse to rush out and asked, "Who are you?" Su Fengyan only looked at the old man who was howling in grief and said flatly, "Your name is Mao Ru. I know you." The fierce bow-bearing General Tao Yong suddenly shouted, "Careful!" At the same time, he knocked his bow and shot an arrow toward Mao Rui's head under everyone's watchful eyes. Some sharp-eyed bystanders thought that Tao Yong had lost his mind or wanted to hit someone while they were down. Little did they know that the arrow collided with something and produced a clanging sound. However, Mao Rui's head still swung back and one of his eyeballs exploded into a small ball of blood. Mao Rui let go of the woman's head and covered his eyes. His screams became more and more mournful. Tao Yong, whose eyes were red, gnashed his teeth and reminded in a deep voice, "This child can control 2 swords." Su Fengyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He extended a finger and twirled it. 2 swords flew around his finger like butterflies. He asked, "I'll stab him again. If you can't stop me this time, it'll be your turn next time." Tao Yong said nothing and neatly put away his iron bow. Su Fengnian easily drove his sword through Mao Rui's palm and pierced his other eyeball. He smiled and said, "Is my woman beautiful? It's a pity you won't be able to see it." He was clearly smiling, but looking at his blood-soaked red clothes and that distorted handsome face, it really made people tremble in fear. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to kill Mao Rui. He returned his spring thunder to its scabbard and asked, "Who dares to fight with me? Even if it's a group fight, I'll fight all of you alone." This was not a joke that could make people laugh. This young man, who was originally regarded as a subordinate of the palace, was covered in blood and exuded a monstrous evil aura. There was also that almost invincible sword chi and blade intent. At this moment, countless ambitious and ruthless people of the older generation sighed with emotion. This was how a child should be. Chapter 546. At that time, outside the city, the young scholar, who could obviously control a sword, actually pulled out his saber. After killing people like they were nothing, he stabbed the saber into the mouth of Mao Rou, who was lying on the ground. He twisted the blade and twisted it, not forgetting to say to the corpse, "Who asked you to brag?" Most of the Golden Knights who still had fighting strength completely collapsed and began to flee. Su Fengnian did not chase after these stragglers. He cut off Mao Rou's head and staggered back with it. He saw a clean and elegant man standing at the city gate. Su Fengnian remained silent and was about to unsheath his spring and autumn annals. The man blocked the sword and said calmly, "I am Su Pu, an old soldier of Bailiang. Before coming to Dunhuang, I was a kamikaze soldier of my friend Li Yishan." The red-eyed Su Fengnian was slightly startled. He asked, "Su Pu, the governor of Bailiang's 12 light cavalry battalions?" The man knelt on one knee and said softly with a hoarse voice, "I am Su Pu. Greetings to His Royal Highness." In Bailiang Palace, not to mention Su Zhao's kamikaze soldiers who could not see the light of day, the old man wearing a sheepskin coat who suppressed Sir Tide Listener and the 9th Blade Old Huang who hid his strength, the next person was Su Pu, whom he had never met before. His identity was very special. He had once been a third-rank official and had a similar position in the army as Wu Qi, who had taught Chen Zhibao the War Immortal. The two men's reputations among Bailiang's 300,000 cavalrymen could be said to be on par. However, Su Pu's image was more of a scholarly general. As for why he later gave up his position and became a kamikaze soldier, it was destined to be a secret that no one knew. Su Pu's eyes were sincere and warm. He helped carry the box that had once contained the Spring Thunder Saber and smiled. "Your Highness can rest assured and adjust your breath. Although I am not as heroic as your Highness, I still have some skills left. No one will be able to disturb me as we head north." The Spring Thunder Saber had already killed nearly 200 cavalrymen after no less than 60 swings. It was trembling in its master's hands. It was clearly at its limit. Su Fengnian covered his chest and calmed himself down. He asked with a frown, "Will Uncle Su's identity be exposed?" Su Pu shook his head. "It doesn't matter. According to Li Yishan's plan, Dunhuang City was to be turned upside down. I had to show my face. Even if your Highness didn't make a move." Su Fengnian slowly entered the city. When he heard this, he sneered. "At that time, Uncle Su will collect Sweet Potato's corpse. Shed tears of sympathy?" Su Pu's expression remained unchanged as she nodded. Sensing his murderous intent, Su Pu was vaguely displeased. She didn't even try to hide it. She said bluntly, "Does your Highness care so much about these matters of the heart?" Su Pu did not speak. After a long silence, they could see the eaves of the roof of the giant immortal palace. Su Fengnian seemed to be talking to himself. "If I cannot protect a woman today, even if I become king of Bailiang in the future and take over 300,000 cavalrymen, what do you think I can protect?" Su Pu laughed. 20 years. The anger that had accumulated in his heart for 20 years was swept away. He laughed until tears came out. Su Fengnian turned to look in puzzlement. Su Pu put away his expression and finally showed respect from the bottom of his heart. He said with a smile, "In the past, Li Yishan and Zhao Changling had a dispute. Li Yishan said you could be king of Bailiang. Zhao Changling did not agree and said Chen Zhibao was enough. There is no harm in having a different surname to hold the banner. Su Fengnian's lips jerked. It was difficult for him to squeeze out a smile. If not for the fact that he did not dare to waste the 2 Diana golden pill he had taken into his stomach and kept most of its essence in his Shuquan point, it was hard to say if he would have died in this battle. He asked curiously, "Then what does Uncle Su think?" Su Pu narrowed his eyes and looked into the city. He said softly, "In Su Pu's view, if your highness chose to stand at the city gates, the chances of victory were 50-50. But after entering the city, Li Yishan won against Zhao Chongling." Su Pu suddenly said, "Li Yishan said that Wu Qi would not rely on your highness because of family ties. Did your highness see him when he rushed to Beimang?" Su Fengnian's expression was dark. "Maybe I did not see him, but he saw me." At this time, the scene was so silent one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to accept the challenge. At some unknown time, the Mao family and many other factions that had tried to attack Giant Immortal Palace were surrounded by other factions and had their paths of retreat blocked. Other than the Imperial Mending Platform that was still calm, the Yuan family, the Duanmu family and others stopped watching. They moved out in full force. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What marriage, what many years of friendship, what was cold without the lips, what was more practical than eliminating the power that these traitors would bring? Su Fengnian looked at the boorish men of the Jianghu and sneered. "You want silver? How much the Mao family gives you, Giant Immortal Palace will give you double. How about it?" Su Pu smiled as he put down the bookcase and started to kill people. As the governor of the 60,000 light cavalry of the Bailiang army, when had he not killed people with his own hands? Su Fengnian walked forward with his sword and blade. The situation was decided and no one dared to stop him. He walked in front of the embroidered-robed woman and raised his hand as though he was about to hit her. She had tears in her eyes and did not dodge at all. Sweet Potato hugged the red-robed man tightly. He bit his lips so hard that the blood stained his lips. Su Fengnian only reached out and pinched her cheek. He glared at her and said, "You're about to die. Do you really think I can forget you? As a servant girl, can't you let your young master have some peace of mind? Let's take a step back and say, as a woman, can't you let your man shelter you from the wind and rain?" Chapter 547. Chapter 2, around 12 o'clock in the evening. This time I got heatstroke and took a good rest. In the last few days there have been a lot of new Zhuangyuan. I will try to thank them one by the end of the month. P.S. I hope there will be more suggestions and criticism in the book review section and Tieba. I will read them all. If there is something, I will correct it. If there is nothing, I will encourage it. PS2, I feel like in the blink of an eye, the second volume is about to reach 100 chapters. Under Sweet Potato's instruction, they followed the military book's policy of besieging the city, deliberately leaving a way out. It was obvious that Tao Yong was willing to abandon the foundation of Dunhuang. He took the lead in abandoning the Mao family, which had lost its backbone, and escaped with his trusted subordinates. The old general of Jinxi province, Lu Wu, had no choice. His whole family and his life were hanging in the city. Before he died bravely in battle, he loudly begged Sweet Potato not to cut the weeds and pull out the roots, so that his Lu family could survive. Sweet Potato ignored him. Lu Wu died with his eyes open. The Mao family's retainers were all killed in battle. It was clear that Mao Rue, father and daughter, did not have moral integrity, but in terms of raising their soldiers, they indeed had a unique ability. Su Pu slaughtered the Jin Wu guards outside the palace. The remaining surviving cavalrymen were scared out of their wits. They threw away their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground. Su Pu casually picked up an iron spear and returned confidently. He saw Sweet Potato, as well as Su Fengnian, who was sitting on a bookcase to regulate his breathing and recuperate. Sweet Potato wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Dunhuang is your city, you know best the pros and cons, don't worry about me, just do what you need to do. This Uncle Su is my Shifu's best friend, you can trust him." "Greetings, Governor." Sweet Potato curled her skirt and gently performed a Wan Fu gesture. First private, then official. With a stern countenance she said, I will have to trouble Uncle Su to lead 50 cavalrymen to pursue and annihilate Tao Yong, leaving him alone to return to Orange Province. This can be considered Dunhuang City giving Murong Baoding some face. Uncle Su will lead the troops to the Imperial Mending Platform. You don't have to do anything. Su Pu accepted the order and left. A few old eunuchs and female officials from the Palace of Purple Gold who were lucky enough to survive also followed behind this strange middle-aged man. With a few words, Su Pu roped in 50 to 60 golden knights who wanted to atone for their crimes and charged toward the Imperial Mending Platform that was either wavering or biding its time. Su Fengnian had been sitting on his book box the whole time to heal himself. Although he looked like he was covered in blood, he was actually only lightly injured and his external injuries were not serious. However, his meridians were severely damaged. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was able to fight against 500 cavalry alone. Although the Mao family iron cavalry lacked experts to oversee them, they still had to rely on Su Fengnian's iron fist and the promise of generous rewards to hide in the thickest part of the cavalry formation. She ordered the cavalry to launch continuous attacks, throwing spears and crossbows. Later on, she even used the method of charging dozens of cavalry at the same time. Among them, some of the cavalry captains who were slightly more powerful took advantage of the opportunity to ambush Su Fengnian. It could be said that if both sides were playing chess on the chessboard mountain, they only cared about the lives of the chess pieces and did not care about the hearts of the people. Even if Su Fengnian risked his life to kill 100 cavalry, he would still be doomed to die outside the city gate. However, when Spring and Autumn used the Sword Chi Rolling Wall and the Green Dragon Sleeve to open the way and used the Spring Thunder Saber to stab Mao Ro to death, it was as if he had beheaded a general in an army. The Iron Cavalry's morale fell to the bottom and they could no longer gather their momentum. It was reasonable for the army to be defeated like a landslide. Even if Su Fengnian had 50 to 60% of his Great Yellow Hall realm and the initial stage of Vajra realm, he would still need to recuperate for 20 years to recover. This bloody battle was no less thrilling than the death battle with Tuoba Chun-sun and the other two experts on the grassland. In the marketplace, it was like a strong young man fighting three men of the same age. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was very exciting. The latter was like risking his life against hundreds of children, being entangled endlessly, bitten several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. It was equally hair-raising. Su Fengnian calmly looked at those Jianghu people, who, after the dust had settled, looked somewhat nervous. He then looked at the sturdy old man, who had fallen to the ground dead. This Dunhuang City's Lu family had originally wanted to put on a tiger that would not fall down. Before he died, he would crush his iron spear into the ground and hold it with both hands until he died. However, very quickly he was hacked down by some people's sabers and trampled over. Some astute Jianghu people fought as they walked. They approached the corpse, pretended to roll on the ground, got close to the old man's body, and with a touch, stole the jade pendant on his waist. Several people who were slow to act followed suit, rolling back and forth on Lu Wu's corpse. They did not even let go of the jade-inlaid buckle, which was taken away. There was only one ox-leather boot left on his feet. It was said that the dead were the most important, but in Jianghu, who cared about being the most important? At this time, other than the two fragrant maids curled up in the corner of the carriage, the rest of the Mao family were already dead. A sharp-eyed Wuling man wanted to go to the carriage to have a good time. Even if he did not take off his pants and did not work, it would be good to have a good time. In the end, Su Pu, who was riding on top of him, happened to stab him in the back with a spear. With a twist of the spearhead, his body was torn in half. No one dared to mess around in the chaos. Su Fengnian had already put the Spring Thunder Saber back into the box. A blood-stained scarlet Spring and Autumn sword lay across his knees. He said to Sweet Potato, who was standing beside him, "How do we appease the many forces that have surrendered?" Sweet Potato thought for a moment and said, "These aftermath matters should be handed over to Governor Su Pu. I should have died outside the palace gate. It is not good to draw legs on a snake." She smiled. "Since the young master is here, of course it is up to you to make the decision." Su Fengnian furrowed his brows. "I will only watch. I won't talk or do anything. But first you have to arrange a passable identity for me. Right, even you know Su Pu. Will anyone recognize him as the former governor of the 12th Light Cavalry Battalion of the Baelyang Army? Chapter 548. Sweet Potato shook her head and said, "No, this servant knows Su Pu because Imperial Tutor Li Yishan mentioned the governor when he was teaching the brocade pouch at Tide Listening Pavilion. Moreover, the transmission of information between Liang and Mang was too expensive. It was all exchanged with human lives. Secret agents and spies had to be carefully selected. It was impossible for them to take care of everything, no matter how big or small. It was also impossible for them to have the ability to investigate an old general of northern Liang who had not shown his face for 20 years. Our Baelyang can be said to be the place that pays the most attention to infiltration and counterinfiltration of the two dynasties. From what this servant knows, Baelyang has a secret organization. Other than targeting Great Peace City and the vassals, it spares no effort on the Baymang imperial tent and the capital of the southern dynasties. All of this is handled by Master's Master. It is watertight." Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "Benevolent people do not join the army, benevolent people do not command soldiers. I think that while Su Pu's impression of me has changed, it is probably not much better." Sweet Potato said sadly, "It is all this servant's fault." Su Fengnian said with a smile, "You are really wrong this time. If not for you, I insisted on being a hero and returning to the city. Su Pu may not have knelt and called me His Royal Highness. At most, he would have called me uncle and nephew. You do not know, these famous generals from the spring and autumn period are all arrogant and untamed. They value military merit far more than relationships. Su Pu is a rare exception. Like that strategist Zhao Chongling, who is called the right hand of my master, they all say that 3 years old can tell one's age. But before I was born, Su Shao did not have an heir. He predicted that the Baelyang army would only be safe in the hands of Qin Jibao. He died 20 miles outside the West Shu imperial city, lying on his sickbed. He did not talk about how to avenge his family, but pulled Su Zhao's hand and said that he had to remove the word righteous from Qin Jibao's identity as his adopted son so that he could die in peace. Sweet Potato did not dare to ask further. Su Fengnian stood up and put the spring and autumn back into its sheath on his back. He spat out a mouthful of scarlet and golden qi and said with a smile, "It's a blessing in disguise. I absorbed 2 Diana golden elixirs outside the city and opened another aperture. Also, do you know that this newly forged sword can become a flying sword by itself if it drinks more than 1,000 blood?" Sweet Potato blinked and said, "Then can I borrow your servant to kill another 700 to 800 people?" Su Fengnian reached out and flicked her forehead. He laughed angrily and said, "Do you think that this sword, which has the potential to be one of the top 3 swords in the world, is an idiot? You have to be of the same mind. When it comes to raising a sword, you can't be careless, and there's no shortcut." Su Fengnian looked at the river of blood outside the palace and sighed. He silently scolded himself for being soft-hearted, hypocritical, and pretending to be obedient after receiving benefits. She picked up her suitcase and walked into the palace. Sweet Potato naturally had to stay behind to clean up the mess. She looked at his back and remembered that day in the palace. She was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon chair. That moment of joy was worth a lifetime. Only now did she know that choosing to spend the rest of her life in a lonely city like her aunt and turning white for a man was not such a terrible thing. Su Fengnian suddenly turned around and smiled. Sweet Potato was absent-minded for a moment. She did not know which lucky woman he would fall in love with in this life. Jiang and I? From the bottom of her heart, Sweet Potato did not like this subjugated princess who lived only for revenge. She felt that only a more generous woman was worthy of the young master's love. Of course, this was only what Sweet Potato thought. As for the young master's choice, she would support it. Su Fengnian was no longer His Royal Highness who could not distinguish between the 5 grains and the 4 limbs. He bathed alone in Qingqiuzhai and changed his clothes. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he felt refreshed. The situation in Dunhuang had been settled. The palace maids and eunuchs in each palace continued to behave themselves step by step. To them, the turbulent situation outside the palace was nothing more than the rise and fall of a new emperor. It was just the rise and fall of a new emperor. Their official hat became bigger or even their heads were taken off. It would not disturb the lives of small fish and shrimps like them. However, to be honest, they still liked the current palace lord as the master of Dunhuang. Although the rewards and punishments were clear, compared to the previous palace lord who had been as cold as an iceberg for decades, it was more humane. Su Fengnian sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. There were spring and autumn and spring thunder on the table. Just by listening to their names, they seemed to be a pair of siblings. Su Fengnian did not wait for the expected sweet potato. Instead, he was unexpectedly visited alone by Su Pu. Su Pu also did not need to kneel to make her position clear. When she saw Su Fengnian waving his hand to signal her, she calmly sat down and said, "According to Li Yishan's arrangement, the visiting forces will be treated differently. The deep-rooted local parties in the city will be eradicated. None will be left alive. For those who have infiltrated Dunhuang from outside the city in the past 10 years, such as the two trusted aides of Juzi Province and Jinshi Province, after the old forces have been emptied and leveled, they will continue to arrange for people to fill in. Moreover, New Dunhuang City will take the initiative to express goodwill. Not only will it give them a way out, it will also set up a ladder to let them annex some of the Mao and Lu families' territories. In this way, they will have a fat bait to slowly nibble away at. It is guaranteed that they will live in peace for 5 years." Su Fengnian nodded and curiously asked, "What is the attitude of the Imperial Mending Platform?" When she was not killing people, Su Pu, who was exceptionally refined like a down-and-out scholar, laughed softly and said, "Not declaring their position is the best attitude. New Dunhuang City is happy to share a cup of the soup with them." Su Fengnian asked, "Which forces are actually Baoyang's secret chess pieces?" Without the slightest hesitation, Su Pu said, "The Yuan and Duanmu families were single-handedly supported by Li Yishan. However, I am afraid that even within these two families, only 4 or 5 people know the truth. The rest of the forces are all acting because of the matter, because of the benefits, they are not worth mentioning." With a wry smile, Su Fengnian said, "By making such a scene, won't I create unnecessary problems for Shifu?" Su Pu smiled sincerely and said, "Li Yishan himself often says that it is because of the will of the people that he made the chess pieces outside the chessboard. From this, one can see the true strength of a national chess player. His Royal Highness need not worry. This general believes that Li Yishan will be happy to see this happen. To be able to make a chess game even more lively, it can be seen that His Highness has truly entered the game and exerted his strength. This is a good thing." Su Fengnian said with interest, "Uncle Su is also proficient in chess?" Su Pu hurriedly waved her hand and said, "After interacting with Li Yishan for so long, he only knows how to talk about grand principles. If we were to really play a game, he would be an unbearably vulgar and terrible chess player. He would never be able to win against His Highness. Your Highness, please don't force me." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "I think he is still a bit better than Su Xiao." One respectfully addressed His Royal Highness, while the other warmly addressed him as Uncle Su. Was it because they were incongruous? Suddenly, the bitter rain of late spring poured down. Su Fengnian and Su Pu walked into the temple together. Su Fengnian said, "When the devil Luo Yang enters the city, that will be the real calamity for Dunhuang City." Su Pu nodded his head. Even this light cavalry governor was a little worried. Su Fengnian said in self-mockery, "Don't jinx it." Inside and outside the city, the rain was pouring down. A man in white clothes went past the Kaji Buddha cave and slowly walked toward the city of Dunhuang. The heavy rain during the day was like a black curtain. The man's white clothes were particularly conspicuous. The raindrops evaporated about 1 zhang away from his head. Some of the fleeing Mao family's Jin Wu cavalry saw this handsome bodhisattva on the road. Their hearts were filled with evil intentions, but they didn't even have time to make a sound before they were chopped into 8 pieces in the heavy rain. Chapter 549. There were several plump banana trees planted in the courtyard. The sound of the raindrops hitting the banana leaves was crisp and clear. Su Fengnian and Su Pu, who had met in a foreign land, took 2 stools and sat at the door. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled and saw Su Pu's puzzled gaze. He blushed with shame and said, Uncle Su should also know that I used to spend money to buy poems. I remember once I spent around 200 to 300 taels of silver to buy a 7-word quatrain. There was a line in it, "The rain beats the banana leaves, the voice is bitter." At that time, I felt that it was quite interesting and took it to second sister to present it as a treasure. Unexpectedly, I was scolded badly and said that it was a groundless moan. I came up with an idea on the spur of the moment and changed it to, "The rain beats the banana leaves, the voice is heavy." Second sister was still not satisfied with it. I was angry and broke the pot, saying that, "The rain beats the banana leaves, the voice is bitter." I asked her how the poem was. I didn't expect that after second sister beat me up, she would open her mouth and say that it was not bad. Su Pu did not understand the essence of the 3 layers of the word pa at first, so she was somewhat puzzled. After a while, she smiled and squinted at the gloomy curtain of rain. She softly said, "It's not bad." Su Fengnian was about to speak when Sweet Potato walked into the courtyard with a satin-embroidered umbrella. She closed the umbrella and stood upside down at the door. Su Fengnian remembered his mother's teachings when he was young. The umbrella should not be placed upside down, so he turned the small umbrella upside down. Sweet Potato smiled and said in a gentle voice, "It's more or less settled. Although it can't be said that everyone is happy, the general direction has been settled. The minor details will be left to them to discuss in private when they return to the mansion. In any case, there are only a few pieces of meat on the chopping board. After all, it's just a matter of whose bowl it will land in. This servant guesses that it will be necessary to rely on the marriage of women of suitable age in the family. Only when everyone becomes in-laws will they be relieved. These 2 days, there will be a few white matters and a few red matters. Everyone will be busy." Su Pu dismissed it with a smile. Su Fengnian looked at the sky and asked, "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Su Pu smiled and said, "That's a good idea. If you're tired, you can rest at this general's place. There's also a few bottles of green ant wine that you can't bear to drink. Warm it up and down. It'll drive away the cold." Sweet Potato looked worried. Su Fengnian smiled helplessly and said, "Do you really think I'm a clay bodhisattva or a paper tiger, so delicate that I can't bear to see rain?" Hearing this, Sweet Potato no longer insisted on his opinion. The 3 of them walked out of Qingqiuzhai with their umbrellas swaying in the wind, and out of the giant immortal palace that had returned to its former tranquility. Su Pu's wine shop was on the main road of the main city, so they could walk straight there. The heavy rain washed away the blood and conspiracies. However, the city was much stricter than usual. There were already several cases where the remnants of the rebellion, escorted by their loyal servants, disguised themselves and tried to escape the city. However, the Jinwu guards and Jianghu people who were temporarily stationed at the 3 city gates saw through their identities and killed them on the spot. As for whether there were any fish that escaped the net, only heaven knows. Perhaps only those who had endured hardships for years would know. This was another story similar to the joys and sorrows of this old man's son Zhao and the crown prince of Western Shu. Moreover, this thick blood debt would most likely be forced onto Su Fengnian's head in the future. At this time, the 3 of them were walking on the dim street with few people. Su Fengnian turned into a spacious alley and finally heard some noise. Su Fengnian stood in front of a scallion pancake stall with a large oil umbrella. This time-honored stall had been selling scallion pancakes in Dunhuang for decades, so it was not afraid of the dark alleys. Even at this time, there were still gluttonous diners coming to buy scallion pancakes and wolfing them down or bringing them to their families. Su Fengnian and the others stood at the end of the line. During this time, there were also some commoners who came. Some of them knew Su Pu, who had been selling wine for some years. They knew that he had once married a beautiful daughter-in-law of a noble surname and then ran off to live with the eldest son of the Duanmu family. They all smiled and quietly pointed at this middle-aged man. Among them, a fat and wealthy merchant asked Su Pu, who had excellent calligraphy skills, for a spring festival couplet. Remembering their old friendship, he was somewhat dissatisfied. He stopped those familiar diners from making fun of him and cut the line to greet Su Pu. Su Pu turned around and smiled. "Boss Chiao, did you buy scallion pancakes for your precious daughter again?" Be careful that you don't grow too fat and won't be able to get married in the future. The fat merchant laughed and said, My daughter didn't grow fat from eating. She looks like me. It doesn't matter if she won't be able to get married. It's fine as long as she marries into the family. Old Xiao, I wake up early in the morning and grope around in the dark to earn money. What am I trying to do? Isn't it because I want my children's lives to be a bit more relaxed? That's right, Brother Su, I've purchased a new house in the eastern part of the city. When I get back, I'll need a few couplets from you. Can you help me write some bolder couplets? Su Pu nodded and said, That's not a problem. Remember to come and drink often. Without Big Boss Chiao's support, the wine shop won't be able to continue. The Chiao family member patted Su Pu's shoulder and said straightforwardly, That's not a problem. It just so happens that we're having a housewarming celebration. Originally, I wanted to go over to your place to discuss it. I'll buy all the wine from your shop. Is it good? But let's make it clear, you have to give me, Old Xiao, an affordable price. Su Pu nodded and said with a smile, Boss Chiao is an expert. If I dare to sell it at a high price, I won't be able to do business in Dunhuang City in the future.